Big move in Bitcoin then, in contrast to all the notes I wrote pre-show, which were telling me that this was going to put Bitcoin under pressure.
The narrative that perhaps this launch of these political meme coins will sap flows from Bitcoin is showing us that it's really not the case this morning. If anything, it's just accelerated the momentum and the excitement around cryptocurrency under another Trump administration.
Hi, Dewald. What is all this FOMO about? Should I buy Bitcoin now?
Are you smoking your socks? You should rather watch my show. You should rather watch my show.
Right, legends. Let me just put the music softer here in the background. Remember to smash up that like on your way in. I just realized that my jacket has a green inner, so it's interfering with the green screen, but it is what it is, right? It is cold. I'm not going to take my jacket off. Let's analyze the price of Bitcoin here together. Legends. Remember to smash up that like, subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. I'm trying a little something different today. The longest I've ever done a live stream, I went to check the records. The longest I've ever done a live stream was around about 2 hours and 50 minutes, almost 3 hours. Today, I want to do a marathon. Today, I want to see if I can break that record, maybe even go for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6. I don't know how long we're going to be here on the live stream, but I do want to share with you what I typically look at from a daily perspective. What do I do behind the scenes? What are the trades that I'm taking? Perhaps we can even take some live trades together. You can see me being stopped out and laugh at me, okay? I'm going to go through altcoins. I'm going to go through USDT dominance. I'm going to look at liquidity. I'm going to look at CVD. I'm going to look at Bitcoin on the larger time frame, smaller time frame. I'm going to include daily levels, weekly levels, point of controls, trend lines, and do some analysis and see if we can perhaps do some trading together. So today, legends, you might have to put me on in the background, or maybe just put your earphones on and listen to me in the background, because I don't know if you guys will be able to have the stamina to keep up with me today. Right, I have my coffee ready. I have my water ready, sparkling water with some lime juice and Celtic salt. I have my snacks ready. Right, and I know this looks very oily. It's biltong here from South Africa. Some people refer to it as beef jerky. It's not beef jerky. It's completely different the way that we make it. I like to make my own biltong. Sometimes I buy it when I get lazy. I have some Red Bull in the fridge. I've got some snacks. So during this live stream, I'm going to take a couple of breaks as well. I need to use the bathroom. I need to go and stretch my legs, get some blood flowing in my bum. I can't just sit here the whole day. So legends, let me know if you are up for it. Let me know in the comments, are you up for what I'm about to try and achieve here today? Whew, I don't think it's going to be easy, but I also know that the Fed interest rate decision is a little bit later today. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to be able to be live until then. We'll see. That's an extreme stretch for me. And so I do expect a little bit of boring price action, because usually before a big news event like CPI data, or the crypto summit that happened, and the Fed interest rate decision that's happening today, typically what happens is the market tends to slow down a little bit in anticipation of the news. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to catch a couple of trades here together today. If not, it is what it is, because there's also a saying in trading that says, a no trade is a trade at the end of the day. You chose not to take the trade, hence you preserved your capital. Okay. Right. Yes, please take the trades and let me learn. Right, let's go. I will be here all day with you, sir. Great idea, right? Legends, I'm gonna push, because I know the last time I did the live stream for around about 3 hours, I was finished, okay? And this is where I want to change things a little bit today. When I prepare for my live streams, when I do my technical analysis and I do my research, guys, it's not just as simple as I'm here in front of the chart, okay? I analyze quickly, I switch on the live stream, and there we go. It's not like that at all. So there's a lot of analysis, there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of research that goes in behind the scenes as well. There's a couple of people that I even follow from a YouTube perspective to see that have I missed something. I will even sometimes go and watch Andy's updates. Andy will watch my updates. And this is how you surround yourself with like-minded people to find those crispy, high tradable trades with good risk management. Okay, we might even watch some other people's live streams here, or content here together, okay? And if you guys have any recommendations in terms of who I need to subscribe to, or check out someone that I haven't seen before, which you feel that person's technical analysis is amazing, we can go check it out, right? Let's do it here together. So today is going to be a little bit of a more relaxing live stream. Okay, I am not going to put on a show, because that takes energy. It takes holding space, doing the analysis, talking the whole time, presenting the whole time. So there might be moments where I'm just going to go quiet and I'm going to zoom in and analyze the shit out of the chart and not say anything, because that's the only way I'll be able to do a longer live stream. So I hope, I'm just setting the scene over here, just setting the scene. So we've got the mods here in the house. They will keep an eye on everything. We might have a bot attack today. Sometimes what does happen is that the bots will go crazy and they will try and punt the altcoins that you guys need to buy. Please don't fall victim to those scams. Most of those, if not all of them, are rug pulls. They get people to buy in, and then the person that created the altcoin sells on everyone. Okay, so please, if there's a bot attack, I know the mods will help me out over here. We will delete those comments as quickly as we possibly can. Do not buy anything that anyone is recommending inside of the comment section. Please be very wary of scams. Also, inside of our Legends Discord community, there's people pretending to be me, inviting you to their secret club that no one knows about, and then people think it is me, and then they go and fall victim to these scams, losing a lot of their money. Myself, Andy, and any team member of the Bitcoin Census team will never ask you for any money, ever. I might give you money, but I will never ask you for money. Okay, it's not how I roll. It's not how any of us operate. And if any one of us asks you to join a secret club and a secret subscription per month, and it's not us, Legends, always make sure that you check the usernames. Right, what I want to do is I want to start up Discord here quickly, because even inside of our Discord, you guys will get access to our Discord. For you that are not pro members, you will see what I go through, because there's research that gets dropped inside of our Discord as well. Okay, let me just enlarge this. Let me put our Discord here on the screen. I want to see what research is coming in. I want to see what the market sentiment is looking like. And yes, I might have a lot more options open here, because I am an admin here on the Discord server. But basically, if you are inside of our Legends Pro community, you will see Andy drops daily alpha and analysis, video updates showing people what he's seeing on the charts, trading opportunities. Okay, you all know Andy by now. If you don't know Andy, the link for his YouTube channel is down in my YouTube description. Then there's a section where I also share feedback, trading setups. Okay, and I mean, look at this. This was the trading setup we were waiting for yesterday. Price was still up here, right? I wanted price to go higher. I wanted the swing failure pattern from the 0.618 or even these highs. That was another trading setup, and we front run the damn level. Now again, we got the bounce without tapping the damn daily level. So it just seems that the market is consistently just front running every damn level, running away and forcing people to buy in at higher prices. Anyways, very frustrating. And you guys can see I was aiming. No, it wasn't this one. It was the one before. This was the one that I was waiting for. I wanted to see a three-wave structure up to go and tap that 50% Fibonacci. Didn't happen. Okay, didn't happen. And right, then we've got Matt here. I'm not sure if you guys have checked out his YouTube channel, but they are roping in the profits. They are making a killing at the moment. Right? Sorry, I'm just getting an area over here. I want to see what is cooking. Smooth streaming as such viewers will experience. Okay, cool. No, it should be fine. Legends, let me know if there's buffering or anything happening in the background. It should be all fine. Let me just do, I am going to be here for a long time. I just want to make sure that everything is fine. I did reboot my Wi-Fi router this morning just to make sure that everything is going to go smoothly today. So I just want to make sure that everything is hunky-dory. I'm not too concerned about the download speed. It's the upload speed that I'm concerned about always. Okay, so upload speed, everything looks fine. So you guys shouldn't be experiencing any technical issues from my side today. Okay, right, there we go. Looks all to be fine at the moment. Okay, cool. Legends. And then, I mean, Matt has literally been following a strategy where all the new meme coins that has been listed on Weeks and some of the exchanges, they just short the shit out of it because these new meme coins with Bitcoin not finding its feet is being absolutely destroyed. And you guys can see how they are just roping in the profits here on Matt's section. So Matt, absolute legend. He also has a YouTube channel. If you guys do not know Matt, right, I need to scroll over here, open up my video. Right, down in the description. Let me explain my description to everyone because I see some people get lost. I have a lot of time today, Legends. I'm going to take you through everything. Right, so here is Andy and Matt. Okay, if you guys don't know Andy and Matt, here's Andy and Matt. If you want to go and follow Andy, there's his YouTube channel and there's Matt's channel. Matt's channel is more focused around fundamentals, news, analyzing the complex road from a Twitter perspective. What I like about Matt's channel is that he basically spends hours and hours and hours doing research on Twitter, and he summarizes the most important pieces of news, and he puts together like a 10-minute video every day. So it's a nice little dose of all of your crypto related news summarized, and he explains it to you so that it makes sense, because often you will read news and you don't really know what it means. Okay, right, Andy is just like me, an absolute legend when it comes to Bitcoin trading. That is where myself and Andy do 99% of our trading. Okay, so we do have different styles. We're not all exactly the same. And here are the exchanges that I'm using at the moment. I've got Weeks, Bluffin, and Femix. Someone tried to pronounce to tell me the pronunciation of this exchange yesterday, and I still don't get it. Okay, Femix. Let's just call it Femix. Okay, Femix. Right. It's a new exchange that I'm trading here on the moment. At the moment, all you need is an email and a password to sign up for these 3 exchanges. Okay. Right, and that's basically the description. Okay, I've got the CVD, this indicator that I use, that everyone always asks me, Dewald, where can I find the CVD indicator that you used? Unfortunately, it is not available in TradingView. There are CVD indicators in TradingView, but they are not reliable. They are not as accurate as this indicator. So unfortunately, maybe, someday a developer or someone will develop us a nice little CVD indicator inside of TradingView, and then we can all use it together. But for now, it's a separate site. To have it looking like mine, you have to join the Legends community. Okay, and you can join the free section over here, the basic hub where people still have loads of conversations. There we go. Crypto Big Brains telling everyone that I'm going live, right? If you are inside of the basic hub, you can ask and one of the mods will share with you the script so that your indicator looks like this with the 3 little lines. There is another one that I'm still testing out. I don't feel comfortable sharing it just as yet, unless you want to come and test it with us. There is another one, okay, that shows liquidity, and it shows you the bullish and the bearish line. So it's a quite nifty. And, well, yeah, I can just see with the grind here to the upside, we have consistently been forming bullish CVD, invalidating every single bearish CVD that's been forming with the momentum here to the upside. And what I also like about this indicator is that it shows you where the liquidity lies. Okay, so you can clearly see where price is at the moment. Okay, where price is at the moment, there's no liquidity. Okay, it's an empty space. It needs to go and grab liquidity either to the top or to the bottom for us to get a reaction to take a trading decision. When price is in the middle of nowhere, I must say I do like that pivot. If I do get the reaction, actually got the reaction at that pivot, right? Let's go here onto the 10-minute time frame. I just want to see, are we getting the reaction from that pivot? I mean, I haven't done any technical analysis, guys. I'm all going to do it live here in front of everyone. But that is typically a trade that I would have given a shot. And you might be asking yourself, well, why would you get in there? Because it's a swing failure from the high. Okay, price is trading below, and the stop loss is absolutely amazing. I don't mind getting stopped out of these trades, and I can get stopped out of these trades 4-5 times a day. I don't mind, because that one profitable trade pays back all the stop losses, because my position would most likely be protected already, so I won't lose any cash. But anyways, legends, I'm not going to take this trade now at the moment, but this is a rejection zone. Okay, so if I had to enter this trade, okay, I would have most likely entered right over here somewhere. Okay, my stop would have been above the high, and you can see it's a 0.07% stop loss. It's absolutely insane. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't mind getting into these trades at my levels and seeing the reaction that I like to see. And then you have to take profits when you start hitting support. Okay, and you can have a small little scalp. It's still a 5, almost a 6 risk to reward trade. Okay, guys, no. Okay, don't think for one moment you've nailed a trade and we're going down. Don't think that for one moment, right? We want to get in, get out, look for the next trading opportunity. Okay, right. But there's still insane bullish CVD. Okay, there's still insane bullish CVD. So I think price could potentially continue here to the upside. But we're going to go and do all the analysis. We're going to go and put in all the levels. Okay, I don't have any levels at the moment marked out. So I want to go and do that all together with you guys today. Right, smash the like button. Aiden, welcome to the live stream. I'm not sure if you've missed the introduction, but I'm going to be here for a long time today. Hi folks, Elizabeth, welcome to the live stream. Talmar, good morning, welcome. Always see you here in the comms section. Dewald, what internet are you using? 1000 megabytes. I'm using Metro Fiber. I'm not sure if any one of you are aware of Metro Fiber, if it's available in other countries, but our main fiber network provider is called Metro Fiber. They own the infrastructure, so I have a contract directly with Metro Fiber, and hence my speed is quite amazing. Right, it's all fine. My wife will. It's all fine. Okay, all good, Dewald, all good. Taylor, okay, all good. That's where I was asking about if everything is good. Good morning from Nigeria. Welcome. Yes, I've got people from all over the world here in the live stream. Dewald, do you get same amount of return trading Bitcoin rather than altcoins? Yes, because leverage makes up for the percentage moves. Okay, remember, if my rule is Guys, and I must be honest, okay? I know that we've set out the $100 challenge, and I'll get to that in a second. But if you are trading with $1 million portfolio, or you're trading with a $100,000 portfolio, or even a $10,000 portfolio, right? If you take a $100,000 portfolio and you trade with 1% of your portfolio, okay, you are trading with $1,000, okay? Right, I don't know if I did this the right way around. You know, I always get confused with the dollar sign. I'm a bit, you know, I swap my 5s and my 2s and my 6 and my 9s around. Okay, nevertheless, you guys get the point. If I trade with 1% of my capital, which is $1,000, because, you know, you have a $100,000 account, for example, okay, and I 100x this position, okay, I'm basically trading with 100% of my portfolio. So the moves here to the upside and to the downside can be quite significant. I can tell you guys now, with my larger portfolio, when I trade small little moves, let's say this trade had to play out, okay, and it falls here and it bounces up, that little move can be a $1,000 trade profit for me, sometimes even $2,500. Usually I average between $500 and let's say $1,500 per trade because of my portfolio size, okay? And also, when you have a large portfolio, you don't want to go crazy. You don't want to be a cowboy, because that's the money I need to pay my bills with. That's the money I need to buy groceries. I need to put food on the table. I need to pay electricity, my fiber, okay? I don't stuff around with that portfolio. It does become tricky when you're trading with a smaller portfolio, like, for example, $100, okay? So if you're trading with a $100 portfolio, some people will say, okay, well, by trading only with 1%, it doesn't make the trades worth it for me. So you could go and say, well, I'm going to trade with 2% of the portfolio, okay? But it does come with a little bit of experience. Or you can say, I'm going to trade with 3% of the portfolio. I think the biggest mistake that most new traders make is that they have a small portfolio and they just go too aggressive. That's the biggest mistake. And this is why I've made the 1% rule. But the 1% rule for me, okay, really gels very nicely with a larger portfolio. When I'm specifically myself, okay, when I'm trading with smaller portfolios, I will even go up to 5%, risking 5% of the capital. But I mean, if it's the only money that you have to live from, you need to stick to your 1%, okay, because you can bleed out this account so quickly, okay, very quickly you can bleed out that account. Right, so let's clean up the chart. Let's go and do some technical analysis. Remember to smash up that like button. Today is going to be hopefully a very long live stream. Hello, Dewald. Good to see you again. Thanks for joining. Morning, Dewald. Here in Germany, we just moved up from 120k modem. Right, I'm sure Avatar will be released. Avatar 1 will be released there next month as well. That is absolutely funny. Okay, cool, legends. Let's do some technical analysis. Good morning and greetings from Germany. Yesterday, our old government, together with the new one, passed a package worth over 1 trillion euros. We are lost. Good time to start trading. Ooh, okay, right. You know, trading, legends, I can tell you now, and I think this is why a lot of people are attempting to learn how to trade. Trading is one of those skills that you don't have to go to college for. You don't have to go to university. You don't need a bachelor's degree or a doctor's degree. Anyone can learn technical analysis. It is a skill that you can learn to make sure that you can always put food on your table. Okay, but you have to be disciplined, you have to have rules, and you have to follow your rules. It is like a 9 to 5. There's no cowboy moves in trading. If you are still being cowboy about your trades, hoping to make that $1 million from $100 or $1,000, you're going to burn out your portfolio. It's almost guaranteed. You're gonna burn out your portfolio. Day trading is a career, and you need to be disciplined. You need to follow your rules, and you need to trade with that 1% of your portfolio. If you have a high confluence trade, you can go up to 2%, 3%. The maximum that I go up to with my larger portfolio is 3%. It's the maximum that I go up to. There has been trades where I've even gone to 5%, okay? But usually that is where I have extremely good stop losses. And I'm like, well, even if I go up to 5%, risking 5% of my capital, and I get stopped out, I will still only lose 1% of my capital, okay? Sometimes when I have a right, just the right stop loss and I've nailed the entry and I feel really confident, I will go in heavy with the trade. But it very, very, very seldom does that happen. Okay, right, legends. I've been talking nonsense here for 30 minutes, and let's do some technical analysis. So I'm going to start on the weekly time frame, and I've purposefully deleted some levels so that everyone can see how I do the technical analysis. So what I'm going to look at now, and I'm just going to talk you guys through my thinking, I'm now looking for weekly levels and weekly point of controls, which acts as resistance and support. So I want to have those levels marked out in my chart. So I have a folder called weekly levels. So if I switch this on, okay, there's at least one weekly level over there. So now I want to look at this entire structure and make sure that I have my weekly levels set out. So a weekly level is where you have an open and a close at exactly the same level, and price action has not tapped that level just as yet. So this one, for example, price action sliced through it already. So it's not a weekly level. So you need to find the ones that price action has not smashed through yet. So what I like to do is I like to copy the level that I already have on my chart. I just clone it. Okay, it gives me a fresh one, and then I will use my magnet and I will go and snap on these levels. Okay, it's locked. Okay, just make sure that it's unlocked, and you will see it will snap it on. Okay, if you use your magnet. If you manually put on your levels, okay, you run the risk of trades front running your trading scenarios. Okay, so let's for example say you zoomed in here and you put in your level there manually, okay, and then you'll see when you start zooming in, okay, it's not where it's supposed to be, and you drag it again and you zoom in again, okay, you will see it's still not where it's supposed to be. But when you use your magnet, okay, it snaps it on, and it doesn't matter how you zoom, it's exactly where it needs to be. Right, that's why I like to snap on my levels. Another thing that I've also started doing recently is I will lock the level so that I can't by mistake move the level around. It's often happened to me where I'm waiting for a level, the level doesn't get hit, and then I realized, crap, I moved the level, I clicked on it by mistake. Okay, maybe I was doing a live stream, I didn't realize that I moved the level around, and then I missed the trade. Okay. So I just want to make sure that there isn't any other levels that I'm missing over here. So this one also not tapped. So I want to clone that one again. Let's do some weekly levels. Okay. It looks like I've got all the weekly levels inside of this range nailed. Okay. That one has been tapped. That one has been tapped. This one is still clean, and I'll have my levels there. But now you can see if I zoom in here, look at this. Okay. There's all my weekly levels already marked out. Now, a level that I regard even more powerful than a weekly level is the weekly point of control. So in order to find your weekly point of controls, I do this every Monday after the week has finished. Okay, I take my fixed range volume profile. This is the tool that I use. And I snap it onto this candle, for example. From the top to the bottom of the candle, it will automatically put it exactly where it's supposed to be. You can just snap it anywhere on the top, anywhere at the bottom, and it will snap on the fixed value profile. Okay, volume profile. And then the red line is the line that I'm interested in. So what I will do is I will take one of my weekly levels, clone it. Okay, and this one, unfortunately, there's no magnet. Okay, there's no magnet for this level. You have to just try and put it and place it as best as you possibly can. And for this, I usually zoom in like crazy to make sure that it's exactly at that red line. Okay, this red line basically means that this is where the most amount of volume was traded during that whole week. Okay, so this area can definitely provide some resistance. But then what I do is I change the color of this level as well. It's all about your preference and what colors you like. I like to make these levels yellow, and then I will go and change the text also to yellow, and I will call this a naked point of control, or let me call it weekly naked point of control. Then I know it's naked, it has not been tapped. That's why I put naked there. Naked basically means it has not been tapped. Oh, got some alarms going off. Why is link alarm going off over here? Oh, guys, we need to pay attention. Right, yesterday during my live stream, someone told me, Dewald, it's beautifully retesting your trend where it broke out. It's beautifully retesting. And now link is, yeah, I'm going to be a little bit patient with this one. Now link is nibbling at a bigger trend. It looks like it wants to rock and roll. You guys can see the trend that I've got over here, link. It's now nibbling at this trend. I'm going to be a little bit more patient. I want to see at least a 1 hour candle close outside of the trend. I'm not just going to FOMO into a trade when my alarm goes off. But now I'm paying attention. Now I know there's something happening with link. Because this was the best place to get in. Yeah, and I know I'm jumping up and down. It is what it is, okay? This is what happens during the day. I'm busy analyzing. Alarm goes off. I have a look. Okay, this is what's happening. And do you miss one weekly top of last week's red candle? Okay, let's go back to the weekly time frame. Right, so that is my point of control. You're saying that I'm missing a weekly candle. No, there it is. That's not a weekly level. That's a weekly open and close. I don't particularly like those levels. I haven't had great success trading those levels. By all means, Andy, for example, and some of the pro members, they love the daily open, daily close. I don't trade them. Okay, I don't trade them. I just want to see Mr. SGS has developed an indicator that actually shows you the levels. Yeah, there we go. I just wanted to get the weekly. Okay, there's a naked weekly above here. A naked weekly above here. Then he's got, but okay, yeah, this weekly, you can see this weekly has been tapped. Okay. This naked, okay, well, that's the daily time frame. We'll go to that now. I just want, so what I do is this SGS indicator over here. It's a pro member inside of our Legends Pro community that developed this indicator, and it actually pre-populates the weekly, daily open levels for you. Because I'm old school, I just like to put in my levels manually. So I use his indicator to double check if I haven't missed anything. Okay. Right, not the week, but the body got it. Yeah. So let me put this off. Right, Legends, I don't think I'm missing anything over here. Okay. You will see that this weekly level that I have here on top has not been claimed. It's front run. It's still a valid weekly level. It has not been tapped. This is why I have that level. Okay, sometimes you need to zoom in, because if you look at the chart like this, it looks like, oh, it's already been tapped. And then when you zoom in, it's like, nope, it hasn't been tapped. It's still valid. Right, now that I have that naked weekly point of control over here, I want to make sure that I've got all of them. There's a candle that just stands all by its lonesome over here. There must be something happening inside of this candle. Ooh, okay, there's another. So let's clone this one and put in that level. Okay, let me zoom in, make sure that I've got it snapped on properly. And you can see, guys, it's important to zoom in. You want to get these levels exactly where they need to be. Okay, you can, you know, get it as best as you possibly can. Right, so that looks good. Now what I want to do is, now that I think I have most of my levels, we can just double check if there's anything else that I'm missing. This little candle most probably got, you know, let me show you some examples of, there's a point of control that's already tapped. Can't use that. Okay. Let's see this candle that's standing here, already tapped. Can't use that one. So it looks like I've got most of the levels. I just want to make sure with this candle over here, already got tapped. Okay. So I think I got all the point of controls. Okay, that's basically what I'm seeing here on the chart. So now I have my weekly levels and my naked point of controls. Right, now what I want to do is I want to go and lock them. Okay, guys, this is the work that you have to put in. Okay, to trade successfully. This is what I do every day. Okay, not for the weekly, but for the dailies. I do this every day. Okay. This is the work that you have to put in. Make sure that you've got your levels already marked out so that you don't panic when price starts moving, that you don't panic. You have your levels, okay? Create your folders. Do yourself a favor, guys. Go and create your folders over here. It's called the object tree. So you guys all know this, right? Where you build your list of altcoins. It has a little icon. I'm not sure if everyone can see that. Let me see if I can zoom out a little bit over here. There we go. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. It has a little icon here. It looks like a hat, a university hat. Yeah. Okay. That is your object tree. So every time you put something in the chart, so if I draw here, whoop, it shows brush. It just includes brush. And I do another brush, and I do another brush, and I do another brush. This can be weekly level, anything that you put on the chart. It will put it in here. Then you can go and click on this and create a folder. Okay. And I can say brushes. That's my brushes folder. Okay. And then I can drag all of these brushes in there, close the folder, and now look what it does. It saves everything into that folder. That's how simple it is. Okay, you can go and watch other YouTube videos and stuff to make it easier for you, but I'm telling you, this is how simple it is. Okay, and then you can hide it, you can lock it, you can delete it. Right, so here you will see that I have support and resistance boxes that I've already prepared. I have my daily levels, I have my weekly levels, monthly levels, which we'll go through now, point of controls, all my trends in one folder. I've got my Elliot wave scenarios that I've already mapped out, and it's just nice to keep everything in folders, because when I look at some people's charts and it looks like a spaghetti mess, or someone that threw food in a tumble dryer and it just went all over the show, you can't even see the price action. It's just a terrible. I often judge people's success from a trading perspective in terms of how dirty the chart is. If you have a clean chart, because you've done your analysis, you've hidden your levels, and now you're just waiting for your levels to get hit, it's often for me an indication if the person is actually successful in trading. But some YouTube influencers that I have seen, I mean, it's an absolute mess. They've got everything on the chart. It's an absolute mess. And then they when they've got everything switched on the chart, they will be like, they'll post a screenshot and they'll say, okay guys, I'm going long now. And you're like, huh? Can't even see the price action. Why are you going live, right? Okay, cool. Let me clean this all up again. Right. Guys, I'm going to spend a good chunk of today's live stream going through comments and things as well. Hopefully, I'll be able to go through every single comment. So, it's going to be a long live stream. If you guys have any question, post the questions. I will go through as much as I possibly can here on the live stream. I have a lot of time, so I don't mind spending some time here with you guys, answering any trading question that you might have. Disclaimer, I do not know everything. Okay? I don't know every single trading strategy. Have I tried every single trading strategy? Most probably, okay? But it's been a couple of years and I've only picked and learned and mastered the trading strategies that suits my personality, that I've had success with, okay? It's not to say that I don't have an indicator it doesn't work. It's just it doesn't work for my trading strategy and my trading style. You might be a moving average trader, for example. I don't like moving averages. I don't even like RSIs. I see a lot of people trade with RSIs. Okay, so it's not that it doesn't work. It's just I don't need it for my trading style. Okay. There's a saying that says less is more at the end of the day. Okay, so cool, legends. We have now done the weekly levels. Okay, and I know I'm going slow here, legends. I'm going slow. I want to show you guys what I do on a daily basis, right? And maybe, some days I do different things, but you guys will get a good idea. Then I go onto the daily chart. I switch off the weekly levels. Now I start looking at daily levels. Okay, and you can see I have a lot of daily levels already pre-populated, but I have to delete some of them so that we can do it together. Okay, so what I'm now interested in is this structure over here. Okay, so I can already see there is a daily level. Let's clone this level. Okay, there is a daily level there that has not been claimed. So let's put it on there. Okay, there's another one. Okay, daily level. Make sure that you have your magnet switched on. Okay, that one has already been tapped, and there's one here at the bottom. Okay, guys, I've been doing this for so long, I know exactly how to spot them. So if I'm going a bit too fast for you, you can always rewind the live stream and go through what I've done. Okay. Right, this daily level has been tapped. That daily level has been tapped. Ooh, now this is interesting. This is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clone this daily level. I want to snap it on here and just see something. Okay, that's the one that we front run. This is the one that we were waiting for. I was waiting for this longing opportunity. And then just price left without me. So you guys can see sometimes the level does get front run. Or do get front run. Okay. I can't use this one yet because this candle is still forming. Okay, this is why this is not a daily level. This is most probably a daily open. Okay, let's go and use Mr. SGS's indicator over here. Yes, that's the daily open, right? And some people will use this level today from a trading perspective. I don't like to use it. Okay, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with using it. I see a lot of successful traders do use it. Okay, when will this bull market actually start to feel like a bull market? That's a good question. It's a good question, right? A lot of people are already calling for the bear market, you know, and it hasn't felt like a bull market yet. I'll be honest, for me as well, it has not felt like a bull market yet because I am missing that euphoria phase. I haven't seen euphoria like I've seen in the previous bull market, for example, or in the previous one. I have not seen that level of euphoria, and I think that's why a lot of people are like, but, you know, I mean, we've gone up by more than 600% here on Bitcoin since the bear market. But people are still like, we haven't seen the bull market because the euphoria phase is missing. Right, so legends, now I have my daily levels marked out. So what I want to do now is yesterday's candle. I want to make sure that okay, now that I'm done with my dailies, just want to make sure that I'm not missing any dailies. Let's go check. Okay, daily, tapped, tap. Everything here is tapped. Okay, I think I've got all the dailies, all sorted. Okay, looking at this structure, untapped, 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 untapped. Okay, so now I've got the daily levels. Now I want to switch off the dailies, and now we go and look at point of controls. Okay, now the most important point of control for me is what happened yesterday. And we have a point of control, so I'm going to copy this one, clone, switch off the magnet because the magnet is just going to stuff you around. I want to zoom in and make sure that I have my naked point of control. Okay, so it's exactly the same as the weekly point of control. Okay, this is just daily naked point of controls. So yesterday, this was where the most amount of volume was traded. On some exchanges, I have noticed that these levels can jump around. So they are not easy. These daily naked point of controls do jump around depending on which exchange you use to do your trading on or your analysis on. Okay, the best thing that I can recommend is that you do your analysis on a Bitcoin pair where a lot of volume is traded. And this is why I'm using Binance. Binance is still the largest exchange in terms of volume in the world. So because of the volume that is traded over here, this is why I use this pair to do my analysis. The more volume, the more mature, the more accurate the analysis becomes. Okay. I know Andy uses Bybit USD. Right, also a lot of volume in the exchange, and I know some people even use Coinbase. Okay, I just have a liking for Binance. I've had many successful trades here on Binance. So now I want to make sure that I just, I'm just going to go quick here just to make sure that I have everything marked out. I want to see if I'm missing any levels. Oops. Would help if I click on the right tool. Okay, there's a level that I'm missing. Clone it. Let's get you where you need to be. Okay, this is work, guys. This is work. You know, well, it's fun for me. I must be honest. I enjoy doing this every single day. I love it, love it, love it. Okay, some people, if you don't enjoy technical analysis because it is very technical, you're going to struggle with trading. You need to love what you do. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Nope, tapped. And I think I pretty much have them all marked out now. Okay, cool. And as you can see, there's a lot, right? There is a lot. And I'm basically just using this structure that we formed. I'm not too concerned about the levels downstairs. You can go absolutely crazy and go and point of control this entire zone, okay? I will start doing that when we lose these levels. Then I will start mapping out the levels below. It's very unlikely that price is just going to do this. Very, very, like a 1% chance, okay? Very unlikely. Price moves in waves. So there's still a lot of levels to the downside before I will go and analyze this structure. So for now, I'm just paying attention to this structure over here. This is where I'm putting my energy into at the moment. Okay, now we have point of controls marked out. What I want to look at now, after an SFP, for example, when you say wait until price is trading back above. Okay, I will go through the comments in a moment. Good morning, Mariela, welcome, welcome, welcome. And I will go through, guys, I will pause after the trend lines and then I'll go through some comments and we can do some Q&A. Okay. Right, cool. So now what I want to do is trend lines. And you guys can see I've got trend lines on the smaller time frames, on the larger time frames. I've got trend lines everywhere. The best way for me to draw a trend line is to use the ray, especially on the larger time frames, the ray, because the ray you can snap on with a magnet. So you can see, for example, okay, I have a low over here and I have a pivot over here and it snaps it on for you with a magnet. Okay, so I already have them marked out. So on the larger time frame, you guys can see that we have lost the green trend. We've lost the green trend, but we still have the orange trend, which is basically that pivot and that pivot. We still have the orange trend that can provide support. So if price falls here to the downside, would be very interesting because that also aligns with support above the highs over here. Okay, you get the bounce. Okay. Right, so I just want to make sure that I have all my trends. So on the larger time frame, I'm fine. I want to go to the 4 hour. Okay, the obvious trend here to the downside is this little bad boy. Once it breaks, I want to make sure that I have an alarm on that trend. Okay, set your alarms. Because, boys and girls, believe it or not, the trend that we spoke about yesterday got the breakout. Okay, so if I now go into the 1 hour time frame. Okay, this one we broke out from ages ago already. Okay, we broke out, we've been chopping sideways. I'm not sure if anyone entered this breakout over here. Your stop is supposed to go below the low. And right now, there was the breakout that we spoke about yesterday. Because I remember yesterday in the live stream here on the 15-minute time frame, I did say, guys, this is my front running trend. Because price did not tap the daily level, and I did not get in here, keep an eye on the trend. Okay, because now it front run, and you could have even had a trend over there. Okay, you could have gone to the 5-minute time frame and say, well, I'm going to catch the breakout before the breakout. And now it broke out over here and it's kind of grinding here to the upside, right? So I'm not sure who played this breakout because this is something that I spoke about yesterday, but I did say, okay, your stop is supposed to go below the low. So now you have a bigger stop loss, but this structure has the potential to come and claim this high. So from a risk to reward perspective, it does make sense. But now that price is grinding to the upside, you could de-risk yourself. Okay, so instead of having your stop loss here, if you did play the breakout, you could now say, okay, I'm going to put my stop loss below these lows. And you might be asking yourself, well, why not just protect your position? You can, but you increase the probabilities of yourself being stopped out. What if price comes back for a retest and then it continues? It stops you out and then price continues, and all it did was just a nice little retest and it continues momentum to the upside. So by de-risking yourself does increase the probabilities of being prematurely stopped out of the trade, and then price does what you wanted to do anyways. Okay. Right. Another way that some people trade this momentum to the upside is they will take a trend and they will now track. Let's do this. This looks better. They will track this momentum. Okay. I just want to get it on perfectly. Right. They will track that momentum and they will protect their position. And as long as price remains above the trend, they will not take profits. So price can, for example, now start doing this, and then they'll have another trend running up. Okay. And as soon as price breaks that trend, they will take profits. So there is a trading strategy from a trend line perspective where you don't know where to take profits. You take profits until your trend gets broken. So if the trend had to break here, they'll take profits. And they'll look for another entry because maybe it does this, here's another trend, and then they play that breakout. So you can go trend crazy, okay? There's a trading strategy where you only use trend lines to trade, but you need to master that strategy. You need to know, okay, you have to respect your rules. If it loses it, you take profits. If it continues parabolically to the upside, you'll have another momentum line. And as long as it stays above the momentum line, you don't take profits. When it breaks the trends, you take profit. Okay, so you can build some rules around this strategy. Right. So got the trend. We got now the momentum to the upside. I'm just going to slap an alarm onto this trend as well. I want to see once we start losing momentum, because that could present a shorting opportunity. Right. Okay, legends. Now that I've got the trends here all marked out, I'm going to go through some comments. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Where can I start? Where can I start? Okay. Just want to make sure it's gone viral. We long and short. We are traders, so no bias. Yeah. Yes, we go long and short. We are bull and bears. Sorry, I will go through that comment now again. We are bulls and bears. I can be a bull and a bear and a bear and a bull during the same day. Okay. I am not leaning bullish or bearish. I can be a bear so let's say, for example, I'm looking at a shorting opportunity. It rejects. I'm a bear. Okay. Now it starts hitting support. Now I become a bull because I want to long back to the upside. And then maybe we SFP from the highs. Now I'm a bear again. Okay, we take profits when we hit support. Now I'm a bull again. So depending on how many trades I enter during the day, I can be a bear and a bull at the same time. Right. Let's go. I can't see the numbers on fixed volume profile unless using 2 candles. Why, please? I can't see the numbers on fixed volume profile, yeah, unless using 2 candles. On the daily, I'm not sure if your settings, okay, just make sure that your settings are the same as mine. You guys can take a screenshot of this. I'm not going to keep it here forever. There's my styles. You don't have to copy this, but the most important section is the inputs. Okay. When I snap it onto 1 candle, I see the levels. Okay. So I'm not sure, right? Unfortunately, I can't help you there. It works. Right. Do these guys only short Bitcoin? No, we short and long, right? We were looking for longing opportunities yesterday. I literally got front run by a couple of dollars. And then I was in bed because I did tell everyone, if I'm awake and I'm in front of the chart, I'm going to play the breakout. If I'm awake and I'm in front of the chart, I'm going to play the breakout. And I was sleeping. This was 12 o'clock at night. I was already in bed sleeping, so I missed the breakout. I don't care if I miss a trade. I don't care if I miss a trade. I'm not going to deprive myself of getting sufficient sleep. Because I know as a technical trader, as a day trader, there's always another trade around the corner. Does it suck that I missed this trade? Yes. I wanted to get in over here, but I was also like, I don't really like the breakout because of how far the stop loss is. But yes, you can risk less capital. This is the one that I wanted to get into. And we front run the damn level by literally, let's see, we literally front run that level by $20. Less, $10. Okay. I mean, it's very frustrating, Legends, that we front run the level, because this was a trading setup that I highlighted with the Legends Pro community as well. Guys, let's long, okay, if we see the reaction, front run the damn level. And then we came down, we tapped the 0.88, which increases the probabilities of taking the low. And I was like, well, if you want to enter, I mean, you know, if you want to enter, it's the best place to enter because your risk management is absolutely fantastic. And then it just, now we are where we are. I like to say that any trade is a good trade if you have great risk management. And I can tell you guys now, this was great risk management. Okay, this was phenomenal risk management. So if you entered here at the 0.88, you're targeting resistance, which is over here. First area of resistance was actually over here. Just want to make sure. Yeah, that's your strongest area of resistance right over there. You have your stop literally glued to the low. You would have had a 0.15% stop loss. That's nothing. It's nothing, right? So I'm not sure if any one of you jumped into this trade, because we were trading over here yesterday in my live stream. I said 0.88 increases the probabilities of taking the low, but from a risk management perspective, it's a beautiful trade. The rest is history, okay? The rest is history. Now, you know, now we need to look for the next trading setup. There's just no ways on earth that I am just entering over here along. It's not part of my strategy. It's not part of my rules, and I don't break my rules. Because I've learned from lots of experience, if you start breaking your rules, that's also your account balance shows you that you are breaking rules. Okay. And right, if you have a play account, you know, a gamble account, by all means go wild, go enter wherever you want to enter. Don't trade with a stop loss, 100x the position, but it needs to be money that you're prepared to lose. Okay, you're not going to have sleepless nights if you lose the money. Right, okay, cool. Let's go through some more comments. I can't see that. Okay, we've gone through that. Gone through that. Right, let's get back here. Dewald, can you lock your levels at once on the folder instead of locking one by one? Let's see. I haven't actually tried that. I thought it locks the folder so you can't edit the folder. Oh, it does. It does lock the trends. Let's put it in. Now it should lock. Yeah, right. Mr. Daily Money, Mike. Now I've learned something as new. Also, when you lock the folder, it locks all the levels inside of that folder. I thought, okay, assumptions. I thought by locking the folder, I'm not able to delete or edit the folder contents, but it looks like it locks all the... So it's a nice little shortcut. Great. I'm going to use that shortcut on all my levels. Daily, month. Oh, I still need to go through the monthly. Okay. Great suggestion. Thank you so much. Legends, we don't reckon putting food in the tumble dryer. I'm thinking one more dip. Please check cover. We can go through some altcoins in a moment, right? What is your long entry, Dewald? What is TP1 from Red Black in the Pro community? Red and Black in the Pro community. Oh, what was my profit taking area from this trade that I highlighted yesterday? Is that what you're asking, Justin? What is your your long entry, Dewald. What is TP1 from Red and Black in the pro community? Okay, right. Dewald, you know I am wondering about XRP. Yes, I do have XRP, Elizabeth. We can go and look at that, right? When this bull market actually starts to feel like a bull market, I've gone through that. So suppose you had to enter SFP at a level. Do we enter at 1 minute candles, like enter and close? I like the 15-minute time frame, because whatever you see on the 1 minute, you're going to see on the 15-minute. But the 15-minute shows me the week that's left behind, but you can still monitor the price action. So if I have a specific level that I'm not watch, so let's say my level is here, okay, because now price is there at the moment, and I'm here on the 15-minute time frame. So what I will do is I will zoom in. Okay, so let's say I'm taking a short at this level. Price is now trading below my level. Okay, so this is where, even if you enter over here with your stop above the high. So whether that's the 1 minute time frame or the 15-minute time frame, my favorite time frame is 15 minutes. 15 minute and 1 hour time frame, because the 15-minute and the 1 hour time frame allows me to get into at least one trade a day. Sometimes not. There has been weeks where I haven't placed one trade. Sometimes the market is just confusing and it doesn't give you that confidence. And, you know, sometimes you just need to say, stuff it, I'm not going to trade today. The market just looks choppy. It looks, it's not respecting my levels. I'm not going to force a trade. And then you just don't trade. Because the worst thing that can happen to you as a trader is just being stopped out, stop, and then you bleed out your account, okay? Because you are forcing a trade that doesn't make sense to you, okay? Guys, I'm not saying I'm shorting here, okay? I'm using this as an example. Please, this is how I enter a swing failure pattern. Right, I prefer the 15-minute time frame, but I will sometimes go onto the 1 minute time frame if I'm scalping, okay? If I'm scalping, I will sometimes go into the 1 minute time frame, because what is now nice about the 1 minute time frame, sometimes I get bored, okay? Sometimes I get a little bit bored, and then what I will do is to say that, well, I see a lot of trading opportunities on the 1 minute time frame, because look at this. There was a breakout. You could have played this breakout. You could have taken profits by the highs, okay? Let's look. There's another one. There was another breakout. Look at that. So, you know, you can trade these breakouts. There was another breakout. Okay, every time it claims the high. Now you have to wait for new range to form. There's no trend forming over here. So now you sit on your hands. Okay, you have to wait for a trend to form to take the trade. And these are beautiful little trades to the upside. Okay, you play the breakout, your stop goes below the low, you're targeting the high, for example. I would have de-risked myself ever so slightly over there below those lows to make the risk to reward worth it. Okay, at least a 2-1 risk to reward. You get in, you get out. It's as simple as that. Or you could have a trend. You can now have a trend running here to the upside and say, well, I'm only going to take profits once we break this trend. So you could now be massively in profits over here if you took this trade. Okay. There's always another trading strategy that you can apply depending on the price action and the time frame. Okay, how much time do you have to trade? That's the question. How much time do you have to trade? It looks like we're actually getting the rejection from this random level that I just pulled up. Okay, cool. So suppose, okay, this is great, Dewald. Feels like I'm learning even more now that you're sharing how you bake the cake instead of explaining it after it's done. Yeah, I suppose. I get what you're saying, Hart. I'm glad you're enjoying it. My question, maybe it's ridiculous, is about Fibonacci. Sometimes I see that you draw a fib from top to bottom. Other times from bottom to top. Why are there? Okay, Talma, very good question, and you would be surprised how many people struggle with this. This is not a stupid question or ridiculous at all. Okay, so if I look at this structure, let's switch off the trends. Let's just take the noise out of the chart. Let's switch off the daily levels. So the easiest way for me to explain it, okay, is that when you have a movement to the downside, okay, and now I'm looking for a short, because this is now a retracement of this structure, okay, then you have to take your fib from this high to the low, because now you're building confluence. Now you have your fib levels, your 382, your 50%, your 618, your 786, and when you have fib levels that aligns, okay, so let's say when price was coming up here, because remember I did highlight this as a potential short, but we've now smashed through the 0.618. I would have most probably been stopped out of break even if I did take this trade, okay. So if you have momentum to the downside and price is now coming back up, you have to take your fib from the high to the low. If price now turns around, let's say it rejects here by the 786 and it starts turning around, okay, that is where you then take your fib, okay, you can then take your fib, because now you want to see where you can get back into a long. You then take your fib from the low to the high. And if price had to now reject here to the downside, you know, okay, wow, look at this. You have got a 382 in confluence with that pivot. If I see this, okay, that is where I'm planning to long. So if price is going to the upside, it starts reversing. Your fib goes from the bottom to the top. Now that I'm looking at shorting opportunities, it goes from the top to the bottom. I hope that makes sense. This is a fib retracement. So it shows you after a wave, where can the retracement potentially find a rejection. When you, okay, and then you have to take your fib from the top to the bottom. Now that I have a pump and we start rejecting, I want to know from a fib retracement perspective, where can I bounce? And then I have to take it from the low to the high. Telma, I hope that answered your question, because a lot of people struggle with this. Okay. You're turning your fibs around. I don't understand what you're doing. Okay. And then sometimes even people will tell me, well, why are you taking your fib from this pivot? Or why are you taking your fib from this pivot to the low? Okay. You can do many fib pools. You can take it from this pivot and from this pivot and from this pivot. And then sometimes when you have a 50% aligning with a 0.618 aligning with a 786 from diff, you know you're starting to build up confluence. There's no clear rule in terms of how you need to draw your fibs. The most important rule is that if I'm looking for a rejection, I need to take a fib from the high to the low. If price starts falling, I need to take a fib from the low to the high. Right, cool. Let's go. Smash the like for the alpha. Yes, legends, remember to smash up the like for the alpha that I'm sharing over here. Very lazy, I won't say lazy, but a very relaxed live stream, okay? Just showing you guys what I do on a daily basis, and I'm not done yet. I'm not done. It's far from over. Right. Oh my God. Thank you for explaining how to create folders in the object tree. I thought folders was only possible on TradingView. Yes, it is TradingView, but it's a function inside of TradingView. So, hot, absolute pleasure, man. Dewald, can you lock your levels at once on the folder? Yes, I've just done that. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I didn't know that, and that's how we learn all together. Hey, Dewald, the indicator... and on SGS, I had it on my chart someday before, but now I can't find it on indicators. Can you show the full name on indicators list, please? I think it is called... don't worry about those things. It's called SGS Simple Levels. Can you see over there? That's what it's called. Okay, SGS Simple Levels. Okay, and it looks like 71 people are using it. Right. So there you go. I was waiting for Discord Live and it was here. Yes, usually this time, and the pro members are quite right. Usually this time I go live inside of Discord. This is where I am this time of the day. Okay, well, even I would have gone live already, and most probably have been finished already, where I go live here inside of Discord. Where is it? Right, I go live. where I do a private update, what I'm seeing and so forth. And if something change, I will go into my section. I will post the recordings, the levels that I'm watching. And if you would like to be part of the Discord community, okay, the link is down in the description. Okay, right. If you click on it, let's see what happens. Yeah, it's working, because yesterday it was a bit buggy. It wasn't working. Right. This basically explains to you how everything works, and this is where you need to sign up to either the free community or the paid for community. There's a lot of benefits you still get with the free community. There's still trading setups. You're surrounded by like-minded people. You get research dropped 3 times a day. So there are some benefits by joining the free community. But myself and Andy and the coaches do spend most of our time inside of the paid for community. Okay, so legends, and remember, if you'd like to come and trade with me, here are the exchanges that I'm using. I do have a new one, Femix, and right, they have a $2,000 position airdrop, and all you need is an email and a password. Go and check them out, try them out, let me know how it goes. I'm still trading here on weeks bluffing. I'm testing aggressively on Femix as well, and I'll let you guys know how it goes. But I know that they are a trusted exchange. They've been around for very long, highly liquid. They also have a user protection fund. I'm not going to provide an exchange over here that's dodgy. Okay, I've done my homework, and liking the exchange here at the moment. Right, let's carry on. After an SFP, for example, when you say wait until price is trading back above or below the level, yeah, how long do you wait to enter? Jimmy, this is a question that I get very often, and I sometimes struggle to answer the question. And what happens is that it's easier for me to show people how I do it. Okay, so maybe we can use the current price action, and I can show you guys how I typically enter a swing failure. Okay, so let's say that's the line. Please guys, I'm not entering a short over here. I'm using this as an example. Okay. Unfortunately, this is something that you have to practice. Once you've done 100, 1,000, 2,000 swing failure patterns, you will get the hang of it. Okay, maybe after 100, not 1,000. Okay, you'll get the hang of it, because it is something that's very difficult to explain, and it does take practice. So let's say this is the shorting area that I'm watching, and I'm on the 15-minute time frame. Okay, let's do this. As long as price now, okay, so at the moment price is at my level, and it's now, okay, as soon as I see the green line below my line, I enter. There, I'll enter, and I'll put my stop loss above the high, and I enter over there. Okay, now I'm in, because this is now potentially a shorting opportunity that I was looking for. So as soon as price is below my level, I enter. That's how quickly you have to be sniper. There's a lot of fear, there's a lot of emotions that gets involved, and to reduce the fear and the emotions, trade with $1 or trade with $5. Go and practice it first, because you don't mind screwing up with $1 or $5, for example. Okay, no leverage. If you want to throw some leverage in there, okay, and then now when price starts moving in my favor, often what I will do is I will protect my position. Okay, I like to, if I entered below my area of interest, I will enter. I will still put my stop loss on the line where I was supposed to enter. Okay, because I have noticed that when I protect my position, let's say I was a little bit late, I entered over here, and now you go and protect your position. You often, very often, and this is what happened to me this week, you get stopped out and price falls. Okay, so you need to put your stop loss where you're supposed to put your stop loss. So that is the best way that I can explain how I get into swing failure patterns. Wow, and now it looks like it's actually playing out, and this is just a blind level that I was watching over here. Okay, but a really good question, but not an easy question to answer. What are your settings for volume profile? I think I have shared the volume profile settings. Okay, I'll do that quickly again. Here are the settings. You can take a screenshot. And I'll open up the style as well. You can take a screenshot of my settings. Okay. Good morning, Dewald, Rave. Welcome to the live stream tower. Yes, the price did not reach the daily level, but it did reach the 0.236 fib. Could this be a valid trade? Yes. If you played the Fibonacci 236 as an SFP line, you could have gotten in with good risk management. It is a rare target, but a target nonetheless. So, legends, when I refer to something is highly probable or something is rare, rare could be, most often when I refer to something as rare, it's 30% and below. When I say something is highly probable, it's 70% and maybe even above. Okay. And when something is very rare, it's most probably like 5% or 1%. So suppose if price gets acceptance below SFP, it can take our SLs, but it again SFP from the same level, and again it takes our SL. How many times we enter like this? Is there a limit, like 3 or 4 times? Also a really good question. So let's put that line back over here. So if you play this short, so let's say you entered over here, you were a little bit nervous and a little bit late, but you have your stop loss above the high. Okay. There's no right or wrong way to trade this scenario. Let me just take the comment here out the way. There is a style that you need to be comfortable with and that you have back tested, because I know some traders will leave their stop loss here until their profit-taking area is hit. So let's say this is your profit-taking area, basically above these highs. You plan to take profits from this short, okay? But now price comes back and it stops you out, but now you have a loss. And then price falls down again and you enter again. But now you have a stop loss that's a little bit further away, okay? My rule, and you need to have your own rule, if I have been stopped out twice with a loss with the same trade, I don't take the trade anymore. I close my computer, I go to the gym, I go for a walk, I wash the dishes, I mow the lawn, I do something else. If I have been stopped out twice with a loss on the same trade, I leave it, because you can very quickly fall into the revenge trading trap. Because now this happens, you get stopped out again. Now you enter and you go in, fuck it, I need to make my money back. You still have your stop loss above the high, but now you go in with 5% of your capital or 10% of your capital because you want to make these losses back. Okay? You also need to learn yourself a little bit better as well, to say that, well, how many times can you enter the trade with the same amount of capital, apply the same amount of risk management without going into revenge mode? Okay, because each person will be different. So my rule is, if I have been stopped out twice, sometimes even 3 times, I will not take the trade. I will not try it again. I will just go and cool down, maybe even give the day a rest and go and trade tomorrow again. Okay. But, okay, and this is now being stopped out with a loss. My trading style that works for me, and it might not work for everyone, because each trading style has pros and cons, is that if my stop is above the high and I entered over here, okay, and now price is moving in my favor, I will protect my position. Okay. The advantage is, if I get stopped out, I don't lose cash. I get stopped out at break even. All I'm paying is the trading fees, and then price does this again. So it's only when I enter where I have risk, because now my stop loss has to go above. Okay, because price can just weak me out before it starts moving in my favor again. Okay, but now price again moves in my favor, I protect my position, and I get stopped out again. right? And now maybe it starts forming those triple tops above, okay? But I have not lost cash. That's important for me. As long as I get stopped out of break even, I can enter the same trade multiple times, and all I'm paying is trading fees. Okay, that does not, because I know myself well enough as well, it does not interfere with my psychology, and it doesn't allow me to revenge trade. Okay, and then price does this again. I will have my stop above the high, I will enter again, and then maybe on the third attempt, price moves in my favor and I make back my profits, and it pays for these two fees that I paid over here. Okay, so from a break-even perspective on the same trade, I can go even 5 times. Okay, I prefer to stick to 3 to 4 times. If it's on the 5th attempt, I sometimes like stuff it, I'll wait for the next trading opportunity. Okay, so I hope that has answered your question. If I am planning to trade a short over here, and I get stopped out 3-4 times at break even, okay, I will sometimes just say, okay, I'm looking for the next trading setup, or I will be persistent and keep on trying. Okay, but if I've been stopped out with a loss twice, I stop. But you need to have your own rules. You need to learn your, if you are entering a trade after you got stopped out a couple of times, and you are applying a bigger position size, or you are increasing the leverage because now you want to claw back those losses, that should be your alarm that says don't trade. You've had enough, because now you are a revenge trading. Okay, take a break, take a walk, go kick the tree, lie on the grass, do whatever you need to do just to get rid of those emotions. I'm still human. I still make mistakes. I'm not a perfect trader. Sometimes I make a stupid rookie mistake and I'm like, oh, yes, Dewald, I thought you've learned this lesson already. Okay, I'm still human. I'm not a robot. The idea is to become as robotic as possible, but we are still human at the end of the day, and we do still make mistakes. But the less of those mistakes you can make, the more profitable you will become. Okay, and you need to stick to your rules. Because sometimes I'll make a stupid mistake and I take 2 losses after each other, okay? But I've made 2 stupid mistakes, and I'm like, oh, how did you even do that? Why did you do that? It wasn't at the level. You were trying to do this, or whatever the case might be. But I will still stick to my rule, and I will not trade on the third attempt. Okay, cool. Right, legends, I think I'm going to be forever here on the... I want to just move on a little bit and do... excellent, thanks, man. CVD, should one wait for the candle close? No, you don't have to wait for the candle close. Okay, candle closes are very important when you play breakout strategies. But for swing failure patterns, you don't have to wait for the candles to close. You want to get in as quickly as possible. You have to sniper those entries because it's a different trading strategy. Okay. My liquidation is now my stop loss. Right, legends, please do not let your liquidation price be your stop loss. It stuffs around with your psychology. Okay, if you are planning a trade, so let's say you played the short, you nailed it. You have your stop above the high, and you plan to take profits over here. Okay, beautiful 6 risk to reward trade. But you have gone in with a 100x position, okay? And maybe you were good enough, you were a good little boy or girl, and you played with 1% of your capital, okay? Which means that your liquidation price is... Oh, it's actually far away. Okay, your liquidation price is there. There's your liquidation price, which doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you want to lose your whole 1% when you can just use a small little percentage? Okay, but I do see that some people do this, right? They enter, they were supposed to have their stop loss here, but because they entered with 1% of their capital, even at 100x leverage, this is where the position will get liquidated. Okay, just remember, there's two things I want to discuss over here, is that liquidation is never nice from a psychology perspective. Okay, for some reason it plays on your emotion and gets your heartbeat going. It's from a psychology perspective, we get stopped out. Because also from a psychology perspective is, why liquidate your entire 1% when you can have your stop loss where you're supposed to have your stop loss, and you're potentially losing 0.02% of the position? Then you still have more money from that 1% to trade with. Okay, because I have seen people will say, yes, I've nailed it, 100x. If price goes higher, I'll add. Okay, this is now where it becomes dangerous. Remember, you've played with 1% of your capital. You have played with 1% of your capital. Now price goes and you don't have a stop loss. This is your liquidation price over here. Okay, then price does this. You add a little bit and it drags your entry up. Okay, you then add a little bit more and it drags your entry up. You then add a little bit more and it drags your, you guys get the point. And then price goes horribly against you and you get liquidated. Okay, maybe your liquidation price will be a little bit higher, but the problem is now with adding and adding and adding, you could now be trading with 10% of your capital at 100x leverage, which means now you're going into panic mode, because every time you add to your position, your liquidation price goes up as well. And then what happens is, and I'm sure a lot of you know exactly what I'm talking about right now, is maybe your liquidation price is now here somewhere, but you have now added such a big position that you don't want to add anymore, like because you're now shit scared of adding any more cash to this trade. And now because your liquidation price is over here, you're just praying and hoping that price is going to start reversing at some point, and then it doesn't. And now you have lost 10% of your capital. That is what happens. I've seen it play out. I've done it as well when I started out. This is what you do when you start out. Okay. Do not let your liquidation be your invalidation. Take the knock on the chin. Look for the next trading scenario. Cool, legends. Now, I'm going to just park the comments for a little bit over here. Beginner trader, enthusiastic, which one? You agree alt season is getting smaller. I will go through that. What great alpha. Thank you so much, Mr. Aiden. Good morning, Dewald. Do you Aiden, guys, Aiden, I'm not giving Aiden enough credit over here. Mr. Aiden is a coach inside of our pro community. Mr. Aiden, okay, I'm going to give you guys some secret sauce here today, so make sure that you smash up that like button. Mr. Aiden, do you guys see this little section that says BTC setups? I mean, look at these setups that he provides on a daily basis. He shows you where to enter, where to take profits, the leverage that he's using, the risk management. Like, you know, he's just nailing the trades every single day. He gives trading setups, trading setups, trading setups. And what myself and Andy do, okay, because we complement each other, is that we are also looking at the same trading setups, but we do video updates where we educate people in terms of why we are entering over there. Why are we putting our stop loss where we're supposed to put it, and where are we planning to take profits, and why are we taking profits over there? So it's not a signals channel where you just enter blindly without knowing what you are doing. Okay, so Aiden provides amazing trading setups every single day here on Bitcoin. And also Dylan, I mean, he just scalps every single altcoin that he can get his hands on with good risk management. He has a different trading strategy than myself, Aiden, and Andy, for example. But I mean, he's also just been nailing the trades. Look at all the trading setups that he provides. But he also goes live inside of Discord, and he explains why he's doing it. So our goal is, although we are showing you which trades we are looking at, we educate you so that you don't have to be inside the Discord forever. You can learn, and then one day you're going to say, guys, it's been great. You've taught me everything that I need to know to be a successful trader. I'm out of here. Okay, most people actually stay because they enjoy the company and they're surrounded by like-minded people and they've made friends inside of the Discord community. Trading can become very lonely once you've mastered it and you just sit at home and trade the charts. It's a very lonely place to be, okay? And this is why I joined a Discord, the Legends Discord community before I started the YouTube channel, is because I needed someone to talk to. I needed someone to have a laugh with. I needed someone to say, hey, Dewald, you didn't look at this level. I needed to be surrounded by like-minded people. And there's a lot of pro traders inside of this community. Okay, but Mr. Dylan, I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows about your coaching style inside of here. He does Elliot wave theory. He looks at swing failure patterns. Sometimes it's just a squibbly, and, you know, to make it easier for everyone to understand where he's looking for the, you know, the entry area, where he's planning to take the stop loss, where he's planning to take profits, and then he guides the community to say, you know, aggressive bearish CVD, or I'm not taking the trade because this happened, and the rest of it. Okay, then Matt, I mean, what is Matt up to today? Interest rates will likely stay unchanged. Yeah, I agree. Jerome Powell is hawkish or dovish, right? That's obviously in the Fed conference. The hawkishness and the dovishness usually moves the market to the up and to the downside. So you guys can see, I think there's also research. Okay, I'm still waiting for the research report. It should be dropped any moment, but you guys can see, here's our research reports that gets dropped multiple times a day, where all the crypto news gets summarized. And once the research gets dropped, today, it actually got dropped today, we can go through it together, right? So let's do this, because now, you know, I'm sharing with you guys what I go through on a daily basis. So this is my daily dose of news. I want to see what is happening in the crypto market, okay? Everyone is talking about Jerome, the Fed interest rate decision. Majority, okay, it's almost sure that there will be no rate change, okay? So 99% of people are expecting no rate change, and there's 1% of people that's expecting a 25 basis rate cut. Okay, so if the market gets what it wants, it's most probably just, you know, then I think it all depends on the conference, the dovishness and the hawkishness of Jerome Powell, right? Mr. Peter Schiff, I'm not sure if you guys know about Mr. Peter Schiff. He hates Bitcoin, okay? He hates Bitcoin. Peter Schiff is calling investors to opt out of Bitcoin into gold. I mean, we've seen this story a million times. Please sell your Bitcoin. You need to buy gold, okay? He's a gold maxi. As it prints new all-time highs, he is also claiming that the Bitcoin bubble has already popped and it has no real physical value. And Mr. Peter Schiff has just always been bearish on Bitcoin since it came out, right? And just in, President Trump's executive director says we want as much Bitcoin as we can get. Yes, that's some bullish news, right? This is a great chart on the S&P 500 index, showed the macro multi-year cycles that the S&P has historically adopted. According to chart phases, we are still in a mock-up phase. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Okay, so, I mean, obviously, if you're predicting higher prices for the S&P 500, then, you know, risk on assets like the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, should still continue momentum to the upside, right? So they are still predicting upwards momentum for the S&P 500, which could be bullish for Bitcoin. So guys, this is the alpha that gets dropped inside of our Legends Pro community on a daily basis. And this is where I get some news. It gives me ideas of maybe, you know, I can use this title in my thumbnail, whatever the case might be. Or maybe I'm spotting a pattern that I haven't seen before or something that I've missed, and then I will include it in my analysis. Bitcoin on the monthly is now at a big macro support level. Interesting. Okay, I don't have to read all of that. I can just see what they're saying over there, right? Look at what happened. Yeah. Okay, can you guys see? Look at what happened. Yeah. You broke out. You found support. You continued momentum to the upside. And now the same thing is happening. Now the same thing is happening, right? Are we going to find support soon and bounce to the upside? Right, very interesting to watch some of these charts. Okay, the US Bitcoin spot ETF. Okay, this is just the inflows and the outflows. Okay, nothing too crazy over there. Binance increased their ETH holdings by 600 million in the past week alone. Justin Sun, founder and CEO of Tron, has been bull posting about TRX in the last couple of hours. The two biggest exchanges in the world are about to have a TRX season soon. Tron meme. Oh, God. Here we go with the meme coins again. Guys, I'm not a meme coin trader. I don't like it. Coinbase has announced the launch of verified pools, which allows verified users to trade assets. Okay, guys, this is just basically what I go through on a daily basis. I just read through all the news and see if there's something interesting that pops out. Okay. Sentiment over the last 4 months with the SEC classifying it as a smart contracts. Okay, obviously the government is interested in ADA. We all know that. That's why it had the nice pump to the upside. Pulse, I don't even watch Pulse. Guys, I'm not a Hex fan at all, right? We all have our biases. I don't like Hex. I don't like Richard. I think he's egotistic. He likes to use his wealth to show off. It's just not my cup of tea. Okay. Right, that's basically the news. Okay, now let's get back here onto the price of Bitcoin, still continuing to pump here to the upside. Right, legends, the one thing that I am noticing over here is I just want to switch back to my view. Okay, let's do this. I need to go to settings, just go back to the simple lines that I'm used to. Just want to spot something over here. Okay, as long as there's bullish CVD building up with a grind to the upside, it can continue. But yeah, there's no bearish CVD at the moment. There's no bearish CVD at the moment. We had bearish CVD against those two pivots and it got invalidated. Okay, we had bearish CVD against those two pivots, but it already took the low. So it's just very neutral at the moment. There's not even local bearish or bullish CVD. Okay, you've already taken the high. You have not even claimed the highs yet. It looks like momentum still wants to continue. Okay, right, legends. Another level that I forgot. Let's carry on with the technical analysis. As Aiden also, no, Monica, Aiden does not have a YouTube channel. He's a coach dedicated to our Discord. Okay. Also, the trades that Dylan provides is also dedicated to Discord. Also, the trades that Matt provides, some of them are dedicated to Discord, and there are even trades that myself and Andy provide and Aiden provides that's only dedicated to Discord. And often I'll come into the live stream and I will tell everyone, well, this is a trade that we took together. Right, hi Dewald, how much to join your Discord for 1 month? $97, I think, if you pay by a monthly, and then you get discounts if you buy longer packages. Thanks, sir, for explaining. Thanks for sharing, Dewald. Great alpha and company as always. Has Aiden also? Okay, I've gone through that. Right, legends, I just want to carry on with some technical analysis because I'm looking for some trading setups. Okay, and right, I just quickly wanted to go and finish up my monthly levels. You go onto the monthly chart. That's not going to take long at all because there's not a lot of monthly levels. Okay, that's the one folder that I forgot to do. Point of controls, monthlies. Okay, just want to make sure that I have this candle. I want to see where's the point of control. Interesting. Okay, we have a monthly point of control over here. Remember, guys, the higher the time frame, the more powerful the level becomes. Okay, so there's a monthly point of control. We have a monthly open and close. This one has been tapped, can't use that one. And I can't use this month because the monthly candle is still in the process of being formed. And the reason I have this one up here, it's most probably when you take your fixed range profile from the top to the bottom, right? That's exactly where I have that point of control. That's basically the monthly levels. I don't see anything else at the moment. Right. Now, I want to go onto the 1 hour time frame. Now I am looking at some Fibonacci levels. Okay, so obviously the trading scenarios, this was the highest probable short, which now obviously didn't play out. If I was to take a short today, it would have been this level. Okay, there's no berry CVD, it's not rejecting, it's also the 0.618 when you take a fib from the high to the low and you now look at the retracement, it's currently punching through, no reaction, no trade. Or maybe you took the trade and you got stopped out of break even. So the only level that looks interesting here at the moment for potential shorting opportunity is the 786 and the 0.88. Okay, now this is where I want to start switching on some levels. I put on point of controls, I put on monthly levels, I put on weekly level. All the work that we've just done, I switch them all on. Okay, all the work. And then trends, I mean, we've already broken out from the trend. We're not losing momentum at the moment. We're still continuing to the upside. So I'm going to pay attention. I want to go now into the 15-minute time frame and see if I see some clear pivots. Okay, the best pivot over here. I hate to say it, is the 0.88. The best pivot is because you have these pivots over here. I really like the 0.88 level, and it also aligns with resistance. Okay, 786 also has resistance. So what I will do is I usually like a pivot at a level. I really like the pivots at a level. And when there's no pivots, what you could do is you could treat the line as a swing failure line, looking for shorts to the downside. Okay, I like the 0.88 more. Okay, this is just me doing analysis over here, legends. I just want to see something else. If I take a trend-based fib to measure this move to the upside, we smashed all those levels already. Okay, this structure is not so clear here to the upside. The structure that we had here was very clear for me in a three-wave structure, because when I take a fib from the low to this little pivot to the high, it was a three-wave structure. And the reason I knew it was a three-wave structure is because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ABC, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe there's, if you go into the smaller time frames, there's a 4 and 5 at the bottom. But most importantly, you did tap the 0.786, which is a three-wave target. The 786 is a three-wave target. It is more rare, and this is why I would have preferred the 1 or the 1.236 to be tapped. So this was not an easy getting into the long opportunity over here, because it front run the level that I was eyeing, but I could have used the 786 as a swing failure line. Also, I could have gotten in at the 0.88. Okay, there was a 0.88 tap. I'm not sure if everyone remembers yesterday's live stream. When you take a fib from the low to the high, okay, we did tap the 0.88. It does make risk management absolutely fantastic, because your stop is supposed to go below the low. So if you did enter the 0.88, I know that there's a probability of taking the low, but the risk management is phenomenal. This does look like a damn three-way structure even yet to the upside. It was so weird for me that we turned around. Yeah, it was so weird. And that's why I said, legends, play the breakout. Okay, if I miss the trade, play the breakout. And I was sleeping during this time, so I missed the breakout. Because if price is going to reverse, there's a high chance it's going to break out and continue to the upside, which it's now doing. So I'm not sure if any of you are in this trade. Okay, the long year to the upside. Why there's a level missing? There's a level missing on my fib. Here we go, 0.66. That's where price is struggling at the moment. This little pivot, 0.66. This is where price is struggling at the moment. I'm just not seeing any weakness. Okay, we are still building local bullish CVD. Okay, it's almost going to claim these two pivots. There's still strength here to the upside. So that's definitely, I mean, if you did enter that short, that's definitely a profit-taking area. It's such a small move. Right, Legends. Also, what I want to do is I want to go and check out some live stream or updates from certain individuals. Okay, so looking at the structure, only shorting opportunity that I do see here at the moment is it's either the one that we're getting right now. I don't like the bully CVD, so I'm not going to take it. I want to see what happens when we hit the 786 and the 0.88. Okay, so I'm going to put my alarms. If my alarms go off, I will go and assess the situation. Slightly below, because I want to be in front of the chart before the level gets hit. Okay, so I've got my alarms set. What you could also do from a longing perspective, okay, if I switch on my trends, okay, now this is what I'm going to be very interested in. We have this momentum here to the upside at the moment, okay. Let me do this. I'm trying to see if I can get into a long. It's just where price is at the moment, or what price is doing at the moment, is not an easy longing scenario. Okay, because I need to see a trend form. I need to see a trend. Okay. Well, that was the trend. Okay, I need to see a clearer trend. It's just there's no trend there for me to play a breakout. It's nothing. Okay. Yeah, Legends, I just don't want to force a trade at the end of the day. I'm not going to force a trade because I want us to take a trade together. I want a clear breakout where I can apply my strategy, know where to take profits, know where to put my stop loss. There's nothing to trade over there unless we go extremely degen. Okay, and we go to the 10-second time frame. Okay, but guys, this is extremely degen, right? Where you're now playing your D-line strategy and you wait for the break of that trend. And you basically apply your trading strategy. If we get the breakout, you enter, you have your stop below the low, you take profits by the highs. I mean, we can get as degen as this, right? Yeah, you wait for that candle to close above the trend. Let's just see here for shits and giggles. Let's play out, let's just have some fun. Let's say you entered over there, you're targeting the highs. Your stop goes below the low. Let's see if this, just for shit, I mean, this is the 10-second chart, right? Let's see if this trade plays out. Because this is how degen you can go. Very curious to see if this is going to play out just for fun. Let's see if this trading strategy, this little move here, is going to play out. Yes, it's a lot of selling pressure with this little low, but I mean, you're playing the breakout, right? I've never traded the 10-second chart, so this will be my first time seeing this play out as well. But there's another trend. Okay, there's another one that actually played out to perfection. You play the breakout, you claim the highs, your stop goes below the low. Risk to reward doesn't really make sense, but I mean, we're just having fun over here. Okay, I'm not sure. Can everyone see that? Let me zoom in so everyone can see. Let's just have fun. So, Legends, what I want to do is I want to just quickly take a small little break, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I'll be back. Okay, what I will do is I will put on a timer. Let's see. Do I have the timer over here? I'm going to do this. Take my face out the way, and I'm going to do this. Legends, I mean, this is going to be a long live stream, so for entertainment purposes, let's see if this trade plays out. What I can do is I can just edit the timer over here and make this 3 minutes, 03, and then I will be back. Legends, see you all in a moment. Right, legends, I'm back. I think the next break will be a little bit longer than 3 minutes. I felt a little bit rushed, but we back. Okay, let me switch myself on. There we go. Someone said, Dewald, can you please mention the levels as I'm listening? Yes, I know this is going to be a long live stream, so I will remember to shout out the levels. While we're waiting for this trade to play out, okay, those levels that I mentioned at the 0.88, let's just zoom into the structure. So the 786 is $83,958, and the 0.88 is $84,298. Right, there's the levels. Dewald, okay, I've done that. I entered the front run yesterday and took the profits, and now let it go. Congratulations, well done. Right, profits in the bag. Okay, legends, the one thing I wanted to highlight over here is, okay, I mean, that's the trade that we're now looking on the bloody 10 second. I'm now very curious to see how this trade is going to play out, right? So here you guys can see, here's a perfect example, right? If you have a lot of time to trade and you can stuff around on the 1 minute and the 10 second time frame over here, there's always another trading scenario around the corner, because a lot of people, for example, they will look at this, okay, and this is what I typically do. I wait for the high probable trades from a higher time frame perspective, because these moves are so small that some exchanges' fees eat a hole in your pocket. You don't even make money with a trade. Okay, so you need to trade this on either weeks where you get 25% discount, or an exchange like Mexi. I have the links down in the description where you can enter with higher leveraged positions, because I can show you guys now. Okay, let's zoom into the risk management over here. Okay, this is a 0.06% stop loss. You could literally trade with 400x with 1% of your capital, as long as the fees doesn't, you win the trade and then you only pay fees, right? So you need to use, when you're scalping like this, you need to find an exchange that has exceptionally low trading fees. And the only two that I can think of is Weeks and Mexi. Links down in the description if you guys want to trade this, right? Obviously, if you want to trade if you want to trade second charts, okay, you would need a premium subscription in TradingView. I don't think this is available. I think you can only go down to 1 minute if you have the entry-level subscription. Right, but I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. So, legends, I'm going to jump through some altcoins and things as well, but I mean, there's always, okay, I can go through the daily Elliot wave scenario. I can go through the hour Elliot wave scenarios over here. And kind of, like I said yesterday, let's just clean up the chart. Okay. I want to set an alarm at that high so we know if the trade played out. Going to set the alarm at the high. Okay, so we know if the trade's going to play out. Right, so legends, let me clean up some levels. The most interesting structure for me at the moment is this little structure. Okay, so this is now something that I also do in the morning. Part of my research is now I'm looking at this structure over here. And this could be the low that claims these highs. Okay. The one thing that I'm also still keeping an eye on is if I take a fib from the high to the low over here, we have tapped the 0.88, which increases the probabilities that we're still going to come and claim this high at some point. And it might be today or this week. Okay. And I am still in the camp until proven otherwise that there's a high chance that we are going to find support in this structure. Okay, even if we go down, but I think there's a high chance that we are going to claim the $86,000 area before we claim the low. After we've claimed this level, okay, I'm going to switch probabilities and most probably say, okay, there's now a much higher chance after we've claimed the $86,000 area that we are going to claim the low. So let's say price does this. Let's say price does this. Okay. After price has done this, the probabilities for me then switch to say that there's a higher chance to claim the low before we go to all-time high. And I'm just doing a quick recap just for myself as well. So what I typically do in the mornings is I will go and look at the large structure and say, well, is it still intact? Okay. All I'm worried about, or all I'm looking at here, legends, is don't go confuse yourself with everything that I've got counted here from an Elliott wave perspective. This is the only structure that you want to look at. Okay. Where we have now potentially formed or still busy forming a larger W. This, because it's so confusing, gives me a clue that it could be an X wave. X waves has extremely confusing structures that form, okay, where you have an ABC, another ABC, and now this could be another A to the upside. This was now a B here to the downside in a three-wave structure, and we could be going up for a C wave. So there's a chance that this is an A, B, and it's now getting ready for the C wave to the upside that could even claim $95,000. It's basically the highs. There's a chance that the X wave can do that, and it's a valid X wave in a complex corrective structure. Okay. And then you go down for the Y. What I do like about this structure is that when I go onto the 12-hour time frame, okay, and I switch on my times, right, this is what I love about the structure, is that when you take a time fib and you look at this structure, okay, I know it looks like a mess, but when I take time from this pivot to the high that we've made, you can see that if we come down for a Y wave, we will finish it after the minimum time requirement, which is what you want to see. After an impulse, the corrective structure needs to make a low or finish the corrective structure after the 22nd of March. This low was made before the minimum requirement, which tells me that the correction is not done. Yes, you could get those bounces. Remember, everything happens in waves. You get a dump to the downside, you get a pump to the upside. You get a dump, you get a pump. You get a dump, you get a, you're playing the momentums. And also, yesterday during my live stream, and I'm sure most of you have watched yesterday's live stream, I also spoke about the psychology of this move. I really like the psychology about this potential move that could play out, okay? I'm not saying it's all going to happen today, maybe this week, maybe next week. We still have time, but the longer we take to form the X wave, the better, because we need time. This price action over here is still before the minimum requirement. We want the corrective structure to still continue to finish inside of this box. Okay. But also from a psychology perspective, I can now just imagine, okay, how bullish people are going to get, especially if you start smashing the $86,000 area, okay? The more liquidity is going to build up here, because now people think we're back in a bull market, only to grab all the short squeezes, everyone believing that we are in a bear market, you go stop them out. And then all the people that now believe we're back in the bull market, you go stop them out. Okay, so you clean up the chart. Okay, you sweep it clean, right, in a X structure here to the upside. And then this Y wave, okay, this is something that I didn't mention yesterday. The Y wave is a tricky little bugger, okay? Let me just clean up the chart. This Y wave can be a normal zigzag to the downside. A zigzag is an ABC. So this Y wave in its simplest form can form an ABC to the downside, a three-wave structure to the downside. The Y wave can also form a flat. It can also do this, which is called a flat. So it claims the highs again and it claims the lows again. The Y wave can also form a triangle. A, B, C, D, E, and then it breaks out. It does not take the lows, but it's still part of the corrective structure. That is still the end of the corrective structure. So it forms a flag. And then your Y ends over there. So I don't know which scenario we're going to get, but from a psychology perspective, I would like the zigzag to the downside. That would be absolutely amazing. Or even the flat. Okay, the flat or the zigzag would be absolutely amazing. The triangles are a little bit more rare. It's more rare to find a triangle inside of a Y wave. Okay. So something that I didn't mention yesterday, but I just quickly wanted to point it out in today's live stream. So there's a chance, okay, guys, never a guarantee, but there's a chance that this could be the low for now, and we are busy with a C wave to the upside. Okay. And I wouldn't be surprised if we hit $95,000. Okay. But there's also the chance, okay, a C wave, guys, and this is now what's a little bit confusing or concerning for me is, oh, we hit an alarm. Did that trade play out? Let's go back to the 10 second. Let's go check it out. Ooh. Guys, trend, I've got all my alarms going off now at the moment. Okay, where's that? Okay, trade played out. Tick to perfection. Just applying your trading strategy. Played out. You enter, you have your stop below the low, you claim the highs, you have a successful trade in the bag. Okay, we were just having fun with this little scalp trade here to the upside. Okay, but the trade played out to perfection. Right, so now what I want to do is I want to go to the 15-minute time frame, just see what levels are we hitting here to the upside. Are we tapping the 786? Are we tapping? No, not there yet. Not there yet. Okay, for a C wave pop, interesting stuff. I guess it will touch 100K. Pre-market US stock green signs are good for upside continuations. Thanks for explaining FIP levels. Absolute pleasure. Can we look at EOS? Right, I will definitely have a look at some altcoins. Definitely have a look at some altcoins. The only shorting opportunity that I'm looking at right now is this one or this one. definitely I will consider a swing failure pattern from the high. Definitely, that's always an option for me. I never just close the book on a little clear pivot like that. Okay, a C wave, guys, is a 5-wave structure. A C wave is always a 5-wave structure. Okay, let me put the lines in there. So for this to be a 5-wave structure, it's still a very early structure, but it is rare. It has to be said, it's very rare for a second wave to retrace to the 0.88. Okay, so now you have 1, 2, the structure is still too fresh. It could still form a 5-wave structure to the upside, where the rare target got tapped, and now we are moving here to the upside. In a third wave, maybe, 1, 2, 1, 2. This looks more like 1, 2. This looks like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and we continuing to rip here to the upside. I cannot clearly see where the 3 and the 4 and the 5 needs to be. Okay. It's not a easy wave here to the upside. Okay, it's not a clear impulse for me to the upside. Right, maybe I get lucky. Okay, and it still falls down and it claims the low and it bounces at those levels at the bottom. Structure still has a chance to do that because of this. Okay. Also, if I go into the 1 minute, we can go and super analyze this structure, because now this is something typically that I will do in the morning, is to say that, well, can I count 5 waves in this little structure? Because it looks awfully corrective. It really looks like a 3-wave structure. I cannot count 5 waves. Okay. 1, 2, 3. It's a very ugly 1, 2. Because you need to have 5 waves. Okay. Then we can use the argument to say that, well, if it starts with a 3-wave structure, it means that all the waves to the upside needs to be 3-wave structures, and you can still form a diagonal to the upside in 3-wave structures. Okay. Let me see if I can figure out the diagonal situation over here. It's not a diagonal anymore. It's not contracting. It looks like it wants to become expanding. Okay, so highest amount of volume. So one could now argue to say that, well, maybe this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're now going up for the 5th wave. Okay, and then every wave has to be a 3-wave structure, because this is a 3-wave structure. Okay, I'm just showing you guys what I typically go through when I'm brainstorming with myself to see that, well, is it a C wave? Is it a 5-wave structure? Or is this a damn corrective structure to the upside, and we're still going to come and take the low again? Right, 3rd wave is longer than the 1st wave, so I don't mind if the 5th wave continues here to the upside. It's just, I don't like the 3-wave, because, yeah, I could see 1, 2, 3. That could be counted as a 3-wave structure. Okay, then you have your 3-wave corrective structure in your 4. And now you have another 1, 2, 3 in 5. Possibility. Let's go take a fib extension from the low of 2. Is it from the low of 2? Low of 1. Is it from the low of 1? I think it's from the low of 1. Okay, if I can get that damn fib extension, that would help. There we go. Okay, doesn't really help. It actually drags the levels higher. I don't have that level. Let me go and include it. 0.618. Ooh, we're almost there. Okay, now I'm just speculating here at the moment. Okay, if this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the 5th wave here to the upside, you are hitting almost, not yet, this is a 5th wave target, the 0.618, which is in confluence with the 786. Okay, so still the shorting zone that I'm looking for, but now again, are we going to get the damn front run? Okay, ever so slightly front run that level over there, right? Where you have a 3-wave in 1, 3-wave corrective structure in 2, you have a 3-wave structure in 3, another 3-wave corrective structure in 4, and this could be a 3-wave structure in 5. So there's a chance, based on the information that I see in front of me right now, that we could reject here by the 786 in a contracting diagonal. If this is a valid contracting diagonal, what you want to see from the rejection over here is a 3-wave corrective structure that forms a higher low. And this is the strongest area of support that we have right over here. And I know, guys, I'm stuffing around on the 1-minute time frame, but I'm trying to make sense of this structure. Okay, and at the 0.382. So we have support here. Okay, so if price falls to the downside, and this is what I use to build up my trading plan. If price continues to fall here to the downside and it breaks the trend, okay, it breaks your momentum, it's a potential shorting opportunity. Okay, this is the strongest area of support that I see. Strongest area of support, strongest area of support. Okay, so I'm gonna I need to see the breakdown first before I can do a fib pool and go and find confluences in this zone. Right, for now we're still continuing to the upside, right? We are very close to the 786. I want to see if we're going to lose this trend. If we lose this trend, it's a potential shorting opportunity. Okay. Okay, that will be my, I think that is the better trend. That is the better trend to lose. Let me take that one out. I'm going to put an alarm on this trend. There's potentially a short incoming, because I'm tired of front running. Okay, I'm tired of the front running. I want to see what CVD is doing. Yes, we have some local bearish. We have some local bearish CVD. Let me just refresh this, make sure that it's not stuffing around. Let's refresh this. Okay, I am spotting some weakness over here. Right, let's see if we lose the trend. That would be, take this out the way. Okay, but now you guys can see what I do, okay, to find trading scenarios, probabilities. There's a chance that we could break down here or still go up for, you know, for me, this is the best level, the 786 at $83,000, 900, and, you know, this was the short that we've identified when we did the 15-minute time frame analysis. But there's the potential for a front run. And it starts losing the levels. Okay, you have support, okay, and we will identify those levels if we do successfully break down. Right, cool. Why don't you like EMAs? I've just never had success with them. I've never had success trading EMAs because they chop through the levels, they chop in the levels. Like I don't know how to apply proper risk management with a damn EMA. I've just always struggled with EMAs. Okay, and I'm sure if I had to spend more time trying to master it, I would have most probably succeeded, but I like trends, I like SFPs, I like a trading scenario that tells me exactly how I need to manage my risk. And for me, I struggled using EMAs to tell me exactly how I need to manage my risk. Because they go through the level, they go up the level, and then people are like, but it's finding support at this EMA, and I'm like, how? It's underneath the level, and then it's above the level, and then it's underneath the level. Like, how do you manage your risk trading EMAs? I don't understand. Okay, I just struggled with it. Yes, high volume candle could be, is something that they often speak about in trading. A high volume candle like this could flash the end of something and the beginning of something new. You're quite right, which is usually a liquidity grab. But now the interesting thing is, did we grab liquidity? Let's go have a look at the heat map. Okay, let's go into the 12 hour. No, we front run. Can you guys see? We front run the liquidity. Very frustrating. But it could come down for the liquidity at $82,300. Where's $82,300? Okay, it's at this support that I've identified. Okay, let me put a box in here to make it easier. This is critical support. Well, not critical, it's important support. Let's put a little box in there. Okay, that is very important support, and that's also where we have this liquidity. Okay, slightly above, it would be nice to actually dip into the liquidity before we get the rejection, which is round about that 786 level. Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised if people think price is going to fall over here and it goes up for a double top, because it just hasn't grabbed anything. It's just floating there in the air, not grabbing any liquidity. So price needs to gravitate towards liquidity before it makes a move, and at the moment there's no liquidity. It hasn't grabbed any liquidity. So let's see. This liquidity is at 84. The first liquidity pool is at 84. It's right over here. Okay, this is why I'm looking at the 786 for a potential short. There's the liquidity pool, and there's the liquidity pool. Price is in the middle of nowhere. Okay, there's no trade for me to be taken over here unless you want to go trade the 10-second and 1 minute time frame. Okay, we've just had a successful trade on the 10-second time frame, so you can trade this momentum up and down, applying your trading strategy. I'm just looking for a higher probable trade. I want a bigger move. I want to see a rejection. I want a bigger move that makes the trade worth it for me. You have to trade with insane high leverage to make money out of these small little moves here to the upside. Not impossible, it's just not my trading style. Okay, sometimes when I'm bored, I will do it just for fun and see how many trades I can win and how much profits I can scoop. Okay, it is fun to trade to smaller time frames, but it does require a lot more discipline and experience. Almost all charts down lower than the pump candle except ETH. Hey Dewald, do we have a chance of pumping through the liquidity? Yes, there's always a chance of pumping through the liquidity, but it's about how you enter the trade. Because even if the trade does not play out, okay, if the trade goes against me, so let's say the price action does that and I enter because I see the weakness, I have my stop above the high, and price comes down, I will protect my position. So it's about how you manage your risk, because yes, price can do that, but then I get stopped out at break even. I don't take a loss. Okay, it's only the initial entry where it pops up again. That's where I can, that's my highest risk, is when I'm entering and price spikes up. That's where I take the risk. Okay, but it's about how you enter the trade. I don't care, price, no one can predict the price. Price can do whatever it needs to do, but I can enter at confluence levels with good risk management. If I'm right, okay, I make profits, and I entered with good risk management. If I'm wrong, I want to get stopped out, preferably at break even. I get stopped out many times, many times, but I've learned to protect my cash, so that hopefully I get stopped out at break even. Most of the times I get stopped out at break even. Right, that top trend doesn't make any sense. Let's just follow this momentum here, legends. Let's just follow this momentum. Okay. You see, it's now reversing back to the upside, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's now... Oh, actually we formed more bullish CVD. On blue, we formed bullish CVD. So it looks like it wants to go and claim that high again. Okay, look at this. As price was falling here to the downside, we formed bullish CVD, higher high on price action, lower low on CVD. The target is the high. Okay. There was ever so slightly bearish CVD building up here on yellow, but it quickly turned into bullish CVD here on blue. It's neutral. Yeah, it's neutral, and yellow is most probably, let's see how this plays out. I think yellow looks like it might make bearish CVD. Well, I've turned up early for the music. Current 5-minute green, hopefully back up we go. Yes, pump to FOMC, then dump, I think. Definitely a possibility, Chris. 84K BTC will start coming down. Oh, well, we do have 84K. Yes, 84K. Right, that is the area that I'm watching because that's also the liquidity pool. $84,000 area is where the liquidity pool is. Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised, Media, Mr. Media, okay, I wouldn't be surprised if we are going to get a rejection at the 786. Okay, ideally, I would like to still get into the long. I would love for price to come and take the low and bounce on the daily level. It is very weird for me that price did not tap the daily level and it did not tap the 786. Very, very, very strange. Okay, if you take also, when you take a fib from the low to the high, okay, 786 level is slightly below. Sorry, it was this low, this one over here. Okay, you have the 786, you have the daily level, got front run. Very strange. So it would be nice to get this and then we continue to the upside. Also, what would give the scenario that would give the pump a greater probability to the upside is that, okay, and this is why I'm not trusting this pump, and I know it could definitely continue here to the upside, legends, but what I don't like about this structure here to the upside is this. I don't like it. It's a 3-wave structure up and it's a 3-wave structure down. You tap the 0.618, which gives a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It gives this structure very low probability to form an impulse to the upside. And if we're creating a bigger C that could potentially even go and grab $86,000, okay, it's a very messy way to start an impulsive structure. Not good. Obviously, it can still continue. Right, legends, I have my alarm set. Yes, my alarm is set over there. My alarm is set at the 786. We had a 10-second trade that actually played out to perfection. I mean, we do have support over here. Okay, but once price starts reversing, I will pay attention to the support and the resistance areas. Okay, once I'm entering a short, then that's where I want to set my TP areas. I'm going to take this flip out the way. Okay. Cool. Right, legends. Now, I want to see what USDT dominance is doing. USDT dominance looks like it is getting the rejection, which is, you know, the money is now flowing back into the crypto space at the moment with this little rejection that we're seeing. If I take a fib from the high to the low, we got the rejection in the golden pocket, which is a good rejection zone. I wouldn't be surprised, okay, if price continues to fall a little bit further, it then finds support and then maybe it continues to the upside, right? But this could be really bullish in the short term for the crypto space. So that's something that I like to look at. I'm not sure if anyone here follows anyone from a YouTube perspective where you get your daily dose of crypto, right? Let me know in the comments and we can go and check out those channels. I don't mind checking out people's channels, especially if there's someone good that I can, you know, learn from. And remember, guys, the links for the exchanges that I use to trade, Bluffin, Weeks, and Femix is down in the description where you only need an email and a password. Right, it's also your way to support the channel and for me to continue coming here and giving you guys the education and the alpha. Okay. Want to see CVD? CVD is still building bullish. It still looks bullish. Let's see, it just needs to respect the, I mean, it can always invalidate the CVD, legends. It's just, you know, with the grind here to the upside, we're continuously making bullish CVD. I wouldn't be surprised for a little bit of a fake out and then continuation. Okay, this often happens. It does this and then it continues to the upside, like it did over here. Okay, and then it continues. Based on the bully CVD, even if it dips below and it does this and this, there's still a chance that it can go and take the high because of the bully CVD building up. But we are approaching a liquidity zone slightly above. Okay, so I want to check. Oh, link. We have 7 minutes. 7 minutes for this hourly candle to close. Okay, this could look good. This could look good for Mr. Link over here. I mean, we've had hourly candle closes above here, right? So the best way is that if you want a better entry, this is where you put your trend, but you could do this and this, then it's not a breakout. It's not a breakout just as yet. The reason I had my trend there is because I used the line chart to get a better entry, because it cleans up the price action. So if I do this, okay, you can see that Link is starting to break out. It's almost there. Okay, I didn't have my trend properly. Okay, but now when I switch back to the candles, okay, it's not there yet. It's not there yet. Right, I'd rather wait for the break of that trend. I can kill this alarm. I don't need that alarm anymore. Okay, I follow Koens. Let me show you guys. I'm subscribed to a lot of people that I don't even follow. I need to actually just go and subscribe from some channels over here. Let me show you guys what I follow. Who I follow. Okay, one of the people I follow is Koens. He did a technical update 1 hour ago, right? I follow Andy. I follow myself, Koens, X-Force Global. He's more of a high time frame trader from an Elliot wave perspective. Sorry guys, I just need to get the phone here at the moment. Just hold on. Babe? Sorry, legends, I had a delivery come in, so I needed to open the gate and ask my wife to go and fetch it. Sorry about that. That's what happens, you know, running the day. Things happens during the day. So I follow Koens. I think I've got Jason here. I sometimes watch Jason. I've got Green Star Trading. It's a macro Elliott wave analyst. There's Matt, obviously. And then there's just some random Guga Foods. I love to make food, so I follow Guga Foods. I've got Crypto Banter here. I very seldom watch Crypto Banter. Chart Junkies. I'm not actually sure why they're here. I never watch Chart Junkies, but you know, Tori Trade, she's a specialist in trendline strategies. Trade Travel Chill, I haven't watched her in a very long time. Crypto Crew University, this was something that someone from one of my friends recommended to me. I kind of just feel like he says the same thing over and over again. He has a big audience, but he's not really teaching me anything from a technical perspective. Right, Youngblood's absolutely amazing. It's very good relaxation. And right, Gareth Soloway, yeah, guys, I just need to go and unsubscribe from a lot of these people. I don't follow them anymore, okay? Or I don't watch the videos. So what I want to do over here is let's go and have a quick Koens. I'm not sure if you guys know Koens. Okay. Koens is an absolute Elliott wave master, right? What I sometimes do is I go and look at Koens and I compare it to my own Elliott wave theory and see, well, what does he see? What does he not see? Whatever the case might be. So we can have a look at Koens here together. If you guys, you know, I told you guys this is going to be a marathon. If you don't want to watch Koens, you can hop off. You know, and I'm going to put it a little bit slower, but guys, I do watch. Let me just put my face off over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. I do watch all of my content on 2x speed. but I know a lot of you won't be able to follow on 2 times speed. So I'm going to put it on 1.25 so that I don't frustrate myself. Okay, and at least you will be able to follow. But I highly, highly, highly recommend that you train your brain to consume content faster. Okay, because I can get through twice the amount of content that a normal person can get through in twice the amount of their time. Right, so I'm going to put it here on 1.25 speed. I just want to see, well, what is Koens up to? He is a person that I follow. I like his streams. I don't watch him every day, but now that he has popped up here on my feed, let's go and have a look at Koen. But it will also give you a good idea of how complex Elliott wave theory can get. Okay, and then I will read the comments here and see if maybe we can go and check out something else. Right.
Wave scenarios on Bitcoin. On the 4-hour time frame, these scenarios are shown in a random order, but what is important is the similarity between these 4 scenarios, which I will specifically highlight and show in the probabilities and polyline section at the end of this video. So let's then start with the first scenario here on my chart, which is an unfinished WXY double zigzag structure. So we have an ABC to the downside in wave W. Wave A here is an expanding diagonal. Then we have a flat in X, and we look for another move down in Y. Now, flat in X is then 3 wave A, 3 wave B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is what you're looking for in a wave C. Preferably taking out the high of wave A, that is the most common target for a wave C in a flat structure. And then we want price to move towards the downside. Now, preferably this wave C here also finishes before the vertical line on the chart, which is a fib time taken from the start of wave A to the end of wave B. And then you double click over here, toggle on the 2, which is sitting on the 1st of April, 10 a.m. Central European time. So preferably your wave C is finishing before this red line. And then we want to see a 3-wave zigzag to the downside in a wave Y. So an impulse down labeled as a wave A, 3-wave corrective structure as a B, another impulse down in a wave C. Once that wave C is finished, we then finish wave Y and we look for price to continue its way towards the upside. The second scenario is also an unfinished WXY double zigzag, but this time in wave X we have a running triangle. So this section here is exactly the same, an A, B, C, and W. Then in wave X, running triangle A, wave B. B takes out the origin of A, that's why it's a running triangle. Then we look for a wave C, D, E, and then another zigzag to the downside in Y, after which we look for continuation to the upside. Now, preferably in this scenario, your wave C is not yet finished and you still get another leg towards the upside. The common target for a wave C, a wave D, and also a wave E in a triangle is generally around the 05 to the 786, and most commonly the golden pocket 786 is a nice area as a target for CDE. But you can see that even here with this move towards the upside, price did not even touch the 0.5 yet. So it would be nice in this case to still move towards the upside, have an unfinished wave C, and then eventually find resistance. We have a couple of resistances here, which I will show later in the video, and then start wave D towards the downside. Of course, we also have a bullish scenario. The bullish scenario here is a finished WXY double zigzag structure. So now this is a little bit different. So here we then have a wave A, flat in B, and then we have our wave C to the downside. So this is our first ABC zigzag labeled in W. And we have a WXY sideways corrective structure in our wave X. And then we have a wave A, B triangle, and then wave C to the downside in our wave Y. Now this triangle here, gotta say, triangles are always a mess, right? They're very, very tricky. This move to the downside here can easily be counted as an impulsive structure, not a 3-wave structure. And in a triangle, this move down has to be a 3-wave zigzag family structure. So it is a bit of a tricky structure, but nonetheless, also in this bullish scenario, you would then be looking for price to first move towards the upside, right? An impulse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And most important here is that if you finish an impulse to the upside, this move here has to be a corrective structure to the downside. And that is the biggest difference with the flat scenario, where you also have a 5-wave impulsive structure to the upside labeled C. So that's exactly the same. It's a 5-wave impulse. But here in a bearish scenario, this move down has to be an impulsive structure. You need an impulse, a correction, and an impulse to take out the low. Big difference with the bullish scenario, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's the same. But here, you want a corrective structure, either a flat structure, either a zigzag family structure, right? Maybe even a sideways WXY, that's fine. A triangle preferably not, right? We don't want to see a triangle here because a triangle is not allowed in a wave 2, right? So if you get a triangle here, you got to think ABC, but that's stuff for later. So by all means, for the bulls, you need a 5-wave impulse, a 3-wave correction, and only then is it very interesting to look for bigger swings towards the upside. That is when I personally will get interested to look for swings again, right? So it will take some time before I'm interested in looking for such setups, right? I want to see a 5-wave impulse, correction, and then I'd look for a continuation to the upside. Invalidation is taking out the low here at 76.5k. What I do at least want to say as well, because you see it on the chart, so it's important for me to mention it, is this yellow box here. Now, this yellow box is the common target area for a wave Y. It is a trend-based fib taken from the start to the end of W to the end of X. This is the most common target area for a wave Y, and preferably wave Y finishes between the 0.618 and the 1.618, which this low did. So it's at least a scenario we have to consider. But for the bulls, the probabilities only really significantly increase if you actually get that 5-wave up, corrective structure down. That is the moment where the probabilities really start to switch. And then the most bearish scenario is a 3-wave zigzag structure in a wave 1. So A, B, C, A again expanding diagonal. Then we have our wave 2. Then we look for a wave 3, 4, 5. Preferably here, wave 3 is not yet finished, right? I didn't put wave 3 over here. I could, but I purposefully didn't, just because this move is very short in time compared to wave 1. This low here was made way ahead or way before the 0.382 fib time, taken from the start to the end of 2 to the end, the end of 1 to the end of 2, basically comparing 1 with 3. And preferably your wave 3 ends after the 0.382 fib time, which this low didn't. So therefore it would be nicer to get a bigger wave 3, right? But by all means, even if I put wave 3 over here, put wave 4 over here, I would still be looking, or we, price, still be looking for another wave 5 to be made and this low to be taken. So in this particular scenario, you need to take out this low one more time. That's basically what you're going to be looking for. The invalidation for this scenario is taking out the high here at 95.1k. Okay. Now, let's then jump to the lower time frames, eventually check out the news, and then we get to the similarities between all the different scenarios. So yesterday, the probabilities were higher for this structure over here to be corrective, still looking for this high. And the probabilities haven't changed, but I do have some new information to talk about, because if we would be bearish and we look for an impulsive structure to the downside to continue our way to new lows, basically, you need to count from this high an impulsive structure to the downside. So either a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 impulse, correction, continuation, a multi 1, 2, or a diagonal. Now, if we then look at this structure here from the high, you can see there's a lot of overlap. So an impulse to the downside doesn't work, right? We can't count on nice wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wave 4 and wave 1, not allowed to overlap. There is lots of overlap here, so that doesn't work. So then we have to divert to, hey, can we find a multi 1, 2 here or a diagonal for potentially a bearish scenario continuation to the downside? First off, a multi 1, 2. Lots of stuff on my chart here, but let me explain. So what you're looking at is a wave 1, wave 2, another 1, another 2, and preferably, actually, another 1, another 2, and you look for continuation to the downside. In a bit more detail, this here has to be some sort of a wave 1. It doesn't really make sense to have this structure labeled as a wave 1, because you can see it looks very 3-wavy, while a wave 1 has to be a 5-wave structure. Arguably, somewhere hidden in here, we can somehow label a 1 like a 5-wave structure. So end a wave 1 either here or here, doesn't really matter, but a wave 1. Then we have our wave 2, labeled as a flat A, B, C. So quick move to the upside, A, B, and then a wave C. Did not touch the 886 if you take an 886 from this high to this particular low, but we got very close. And the 886 is a very rare target for a wave 2. Most commonly,
so, right, legends, I just quickly wanted to, and this is a scenario that I've also spoken about, it's, when you tap a 0.88 for wave 2, it does decrease the probabilities, okay? So, I mean, I had some alarms going off here. Right, looks like we are losing the trend. Once again, a bloody front run over here. Looks like it wants to lose the trend. Just want to quickly look at CVD. We can continue with the video. We are making some insane bullish CVD. So maybe it could just be another dip like I've highlighted. Right, and the one thing I also wanted to highlight is that I think myself and Andy have spoken about this scenario that Koens is also speaking about, and it's purely just based on Elliott wave theory, is that, sorry guys, I just make my face a little bit smaller there. So you can see Koens's face as well while we're watching his update. And if you haven't, guys, if you haven't watched or checked out Koen, go and give him some love. Subscribe to his channel. He always presents very interesting scenarios from an Elliott wave perspective. Koen has taught me a lot about Elliott wave theory. I have followed Koen since he started his YouTube channel, right? So when I used to do trading all by my lonesome, by myself, Koen was one of those people where I said, okay, well, this guy seems to know what he's talking about. And I was already getting into Elliott wave theory. So he was just a great person to bounce ideas around. Okay, I also belong to his Discord community where we bounced ideas around. Koen is an absolute legend and very humble, very down to earth, and also a very successful day trader. Okay, Koen is a very successful day trader. I like to surround myself and follow people that I know are successful in trading. Okay, not just have a YouTube channel, flash their fancy things, but they don't know how to trade. So we can continue with the video. Yeah, I know it's very interesting. I want to get my daily dose of Mr. Koen. Like I said, I don't always watch him, but he's basically highlighting some of the same scenarios. Is that, and this is most probably what he's going to come and explain here as well, is that when you have a 0.88 tap, okay, it really significantly reduces the probabilities for a 1 and a 2. Okay, and now you have another 1 and a 2, and this, okay, let's see. I think it ever so slightly front run the 786. Let's take the scribble out. Ever so slightly front run the 786, but you now have a 1-2-1-2 that this one tapped the 0.888. This one almost tapped the 0.88. I know that there is a probability for a contracting diagonal, or it doesn't really look contracting to me, but there is a chance for a 1-2-1-2-3. It's it needs to be a diagonal because the 3 is not explosive enough. You want to see an impulse to the downside. But right, legends, I just quickly wanted to point that out, and let's go and just follow we'll finish the update here from Mr. Koen.
Your wave 2 retraces to the 0.5 to the 0.786 target area. This wick over here went beyond that 786, almost touching the 886. So it's not too great for the probabilities of a multi-1-2, but at least we didn't hit it. Something else that is notable as well is this 1.618. If this is a flat A, B, C, and this is your wave B, the most common target area for an expanded flat wave B is, let me just put it on the chart here, the 1.236 to the 1.38. And that is the blue area here, the blue fibs. But you can see that we moved beyond the blue fibs over here, beyond the 1.618, and made a low over here. Now the 1.618 is already a very uncommon target for a wave B, and moving far beyond the 1.618 really reduces the probabilities for a flat structure, meaning reducing probabilities, this is a 3-wave flat structure. But for a multi-1-2, we preferably count this as a 3-wave flat because we can't really have a wave 1 over here, because then we have a 3-wave 1. It doesn't work, and then we have to think about diagonals, but that's the scenario coming up. So that is at least something noteworthy. Then we will label another wave 1, first move down over here, right? 3-wave in 2, and preferably your wave 2 is at this high over here. Reason is that if we want to move this wave 2 to any future price action over here and finish wave 2, for example, at this high, then this wave 2 is over 6 times longer than wave 1. So if you take a fib time from the start to the end of 1, you double click here and you toggle on the 6, then you get this vertical line. Preferably a wave 2 is finishing before the 6, right? It's very uncommon for wave 2s, or very rare for wave 2s to be longer than 6 times wave 1. So therefore, because we are now moving here after a 6 fib time, this wave 2 is preferably already finished, which then would be finished at this particular high, and therefore you would then like to count this as another wave 1, look for another 2, and then a move to the downside. So that then creates 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. If price touches the 886 over here at 84.3k, taken from this high to the low, it will significantly reduce probabilities for this multi-1-2, or at least reduce probabilities even more for the multi-1-2, as an 886 is very rare for a wave 2, and we preferably count this as another 1, get another 2, and then a 3 to the downside. If this 2 touches the 886, reduces the probabilities. Something else else that is quite interesting is that this wave 4 almost touched the 618, taken from this high to the low, and the 618 is pretty much an
Sorry, legends, I muted myself over there, right? That is also why I highlighted when you take a fib from the high. Okay, let me just draw it here, right? You can just see, you know, Elliot wave theory is Elliot wave theory at the end of the day. But taking your fib from the high to the low, we've identified the 786 for potential rejection. Okay, because if there is a chance that price is going to still come and take the low, this is where I want to see the rejection. So that could potentially be an epic short to the downside if we're not going to front run that level, which, ooh, okay, it's currently getting the bounce. But now you guys can see why I am looking at the 786. Okay, because there's a chance. I don't like the structure from an impulsive perspective. Okay, there's a chance that it could reject. This could be an epic short to the downside, but as a day trader, I will take profits when we hit support. I'm not just going to enter and hope for this move, because it could bounce and continue to the upside, because there's still the X scenario to the upside. And because there are so many scenarios, that is why it's important to get in, take profits at support if you're in a short, and leave some of the position open for lower levels. Right, but it's always nice for me to see, and this is why I sometimes follow Koens or check out his live streams, because it's nice when I've done my technical analysis to see if what I have done makes sense compared to what he's looking at as well. And that's where I'm like, okay, we're seeing the same levels, we're seeing the same area of rejections, so that is where I'm going to pay attention, you know. And it's just nice to bounce your ideas against what someone else is seeing as well. So I do recommend that you not just follow one person. Have those 2 or 3 people that you look at, but don't follow 100 people. Okay, try and follow people that actually knows what the hell they are talking about. And this link alarm, okay, link looks like it just wants to rock and roll here to the upside. Anyways, let's continue. Very interesting scenarios, right? And this is some of the scenarios that I've also highlighted.
validation for a wave 4. It is so incredibly rare. I've never seen it in my life that a wave 4 touches the 618. And Robert Prechter agreed with me when we had a meeting. I actually asked him about it. So yeah, very, very uncommon. But we just missed out on touching the 618. So it's not enough, not invalidation, but it got very close. The official invalidation is quite simply taking out the high at 84.7, but touching 84.3 increases the probabilities for the bulls. And then we have the diagonal, the final local bearish structure. So here we then have A, B, and then we have our wave C to the downside, labeled as a wave 1, 3 wave in 2, preferably 3 then finish here. You look for 4 and 5. So you at least look for one more low locally, right? We still have some untouched support here, by the way, as well. We reverse to the upside just before touching it, 80.3K, 81.1K. These are the levels inside that area for your information. And in this scenario, we once again have this flat here, right? So now we have an A, 5, 3, B, and then 5, C to the downside, where wave B is a flat. And wave B of the flat, meaning this low, moving beyond the 1.618. So it's not too great for the probabilities, right? Nonetheless, that's your wave 1, 2, 3, 4, and then eventually wave 5. The invalidations for a a contracting diagonal are the 2 red lines here. Now, this red line, the 1-to-1, is a trend-based shift from the start to the end of 2 to the end of wave 3. In a contracting diagonal, your wave 4 has to be smaller in price compared to your wave 2. If you touch 83.9K, then that is not true, and it invalidates this scenario. Alternatively, you can see this diagonal line, and that diagonal line is coming from this channel. You take a channel from the low of wave 1 to the low of 3 to the high of 2. And you can see that the red line, pretty much, is on top of the upper trend line of this channel. If price moves to the upside and touches the upper trend line of this channel, it also invalidates a contracting diagonal because it's not contracting anymore, right? For a contracting diagonal, your 2 trend lines have to contract. And the moment you touch the upper trend line here, that is not true anymore. Now, a expanding diagonal is very rare and it's never really preferred unless other scenarios start to fail. So therefore, the moment you touch these red lines here, the probabilities for a diagonal over here in this price action significantly reduce. The reason that I did not include this diagonal here, like a 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5, is exactly because of that. Because then you have some sort of a diagonal that has to be expanding. I don't even know. I didn't even check this. I put this channel on my chart. I saw this popped above the upper trend line. I didn't even research an expanding diagonal further that ended here. This doesn't really make much sense, right? So those are important things to at least look for. Now, if we then look at the news.
Right, legends, that is basically the update from Mr. Koen. So I'm just sharing with you guys who I typically watch from a day, well, you know, on a regular basis to make sure that my analysis is still on par. Maybe I learn something new, but I like to follow people that I can learn something from. Okay, there's no use in just following someone because, I don't know, you want to look at their fancy cars or what they have bought next. You know, for me, that doesn't add value to my life. I like to follow and watch people that contribute towards my trading career or personally towards my life. Right, cool, legends. So basically, myself and Koens are singing the same song at the moment, right? I have gone through the scenarios. The best shorting opportunity, okay, is the 786. If there's any chance of still claiming this low, and this is basically what Koens is highlighting as well, okay, this is where you need to reject, right? Or even here, this is where you need to reject, right? Tapping the 0.88 invalidates a fourth wave, and it also gives a 1, 2, 3 very low probabilities. So you don't really want to come to the 0.88. It's the 786, or it's where we are at the moment. If price is going to continue to the upside, right, because now there's still the bullish case scenario, and I would love for bullish continuation, you actually want the 0.88 to be tapped, okay? It's like, if price needs to fall, it needs to reject here, okay? That's now the point. Let me just put my face back to where it needs to be. Okay, right. Let me make myself bigger again. There we go. So basically, this is where price needs to reject. If you tap the 0.88, it increases the probabilities that we are most likely, even with a retracement, going to move to higher levels. Right. Sorry, guys. I just got a message here or a notification. All is still good. Right. All is still good. Just want to see if I'm still live. Almost 3 hours, legends. Almost 3 hours. I've broken my record. Okay, in terms of how long I've done a live stream for. So Tyler is good. Right, I will go through the comments now in a section in a moment. I see you guys have highlighted a lot of people. So I will go and, you know, just go and check out the channels and go and check them out in my private time. I'm not going to show all the channels live here in this live stream, but I will go and check them out and see if these people actually know what the hell they are talking about. Because I know that there's a lot of YouTube influencers that have no idea what they're talking about. Okay, and people just follow them blindly. Especially when I see a title that says buy, 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 or sell, 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 sell. And, you know, some of these titles don't make sense. Anyways, right, legends. So this is the rejection zone. Okay, this is the rejection that I'm watching, and I will use the 786 as an SFP line. Okay, I've got my alarm set. It hasn't gone off just as yet. If we tap the 0.88, we increase the probabilities of taking the high. And right, so for the bulls, that is what you want to see. I see someone said ETH is pumping. I see AR is pumping. Okay, I have a really good entry on AR, so I'm very happy with my AR entry. And someone is saying ETH is popping. Yes, man, look at that. ETH is popping, but now it's popping into resistance. So definitely not a zone where you want to long. You're now longing into resistance. Okay, more resistance, and right, more resistance. Right. So anyways, if you have not played the breakouts, if you did not play this breakout, please don't FOMO into a trade. Yes, you could get lucky and it continues to pump, but it's luck. Okay, that's not how we trade from a risk management perspective. Well, at least that's not how I trade from a risk management perspective. Cool. So, beautiful. ETH is popping. You know, guys, and this is what I like, you know, and I've often spoken about this, even on the larger time frames. When you break trend, you want to see consolidation outside of the trend. This is usually where I pay attention to swing trades. When a higher time frame trend breaks, I want to see multiple candles over a couple of days outside of the trend. Then I will open up a swing trade. I don't just enter the trade as soon as my alarm goes off. From a day trading perspective, yes, I sometimes do that, but I have really good risk management, okay? But from a swing trading perspective, when you're trading with larger positions on 2x or 3x leverage, okay, you want to see a sign of strength. This is a sign of strength. You're trading outside of the trend. Now what you want to do is take a fib from the high to the low. Okay, you guys can see I have daily levels, point of controls. I have everything here on ETH as well. I'm keeping a close eye here on ETH, right? The strongest area of resistance to the upside is your 50% Fibonacci. Okay, this is going to be a tough nut to crack over here. So there's a chance you have some resistance at the 382, but there's a chance that it could continue up until this point. Okay, so just a little bit of basic technical analysis here. Jumped in AR from yesterday's stream suggestion. Great. Right, AR looks really good. Okay, Bitcoin is pumping here to the upside. Let's see if we do get the rejection. Okay, it looks incredibly bullish. Like I said, guys, I don't like this for continuation. It is what it is. Price can definitely continue here to the upside. I just want to switch off this scenario. Okay, there's a chance, right, looking at this structure, that this could be one, two. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, it just doesn't make sense. It needs to be a double 1 2, right, which also doesn't make sense to me. Okay, where you now have a 1 2 3 4 5, and basically you're looking at something like this. Right, so this could be a double 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5 here to the upside, which is basically going to complete your C wave, okay, which is the X wave at $95,000. So the structure has a chance to get to the upside. I would have preferred another rejection and tapping a level properly before we build the impulse here to the upside. But I mean, you don't always get what you want, okay? So for the next trading scenario, the level that is the closest at the moment to look at a potential shorting opportunity is the 786. Okay, or you lose the trend. Let me put on, I've got an alarm on the trend. If you miss the SFP or you don't know what to do with the SFP, because some people have different areas of experience, okay, you don't know what to do over here, wait for the trend. Wait for the momentum to be lost, okay? And then you can put your stop above the high, you enter over here, you take profits at support. So there's always many ways to get into a trade. Right, cool. Just take the brushes here out the way. I want to go have a quick squiz here at Link. Link looks good. Link looks really good. Okay, if we can close that 1 hour candle. Okay, for me, guys, it's not a place where I FOMO into a trade. For me to consider a swing trade over here, I want to see Link break out. I want to see this. I want to see multiple candles outside of the trend. Even if it runs away, it's going to come back for retracement. That's where I'll be interested. I'm not interested in just playing the breakout, especially on a large trend like this. This is a massive macro trend that it's, well, not a macro trend, but it's a larger time frame trend that's formed since the 31st of Jan. Okay. So I want to see a sign of strength. I'm not just going to blindly enter with a 3x or 2x leverage position, open up a swing trade, and then it's a fake out like what happened here. Okay, it's a fake out, and then it goes and it claims the low before it jumps up, right? I can prevent that. I would rather get late into the trade and have a confirmation that it is showing strength than FOMOing in because I think I'm going to miss it. It's not my trading style because I know that there's a potential that Bitcoin can reject. There's a potential that Bitcoin can reject. If it taps the 0.88, increasing the probabilities that it's going to claim the high and potentially move higher, then it starts changing probabilities. Right. Cool legends, remember to smash up that like, and if you'd like to come and trade Bitcoin, Link, and ETH, and all these lovely altcoins, okay, links are down in the description of my YouTube channel. And trade Bitcoin, Link, and ETH, and all these lovely altcoins, okay, links. Okay, took a while to click that button, right? I've got weeks. All you need is an email and a password, 50% cash back on the money that you deposit in your features account, and you also get 0% maker fee and 25% discount on your taker fee. Bluffin, email and password. They also have that where they upgrade you to VIP status, VIP 1 and 2, depending on how much money you deposit. You also get 10% cash back on the money that you deposit in your features account. I organize you guys the best deals, and Fimix, also a new exchange that I'm using here at the moment, where you get up to $2,000 airdrop position in either Bitcoin or Ethereum that you can play. Right, and all you need is an email and a password to trade on these exchanges. It's also your way to support the channel. Yeah, it's grinding here to the upside, and I don't see any weakness. I really thought that we were going to form bearish CVD against that pivot, and we did, and now we claimed it. Right. Almost thought we're going to front run, because I'm looking at this pivot, legends, and I'm just like, what if we front run that damn 786 level? Okay, I'm looking at this pivot over here, but we literally just tapped it. We didn't grab the liquidity above. Also, there's some nice green volume overall kicking in over here. Okay, the big difference between you and the others on YouTube is the very good explanations you and Andy give on short time frames. Most others stick to high time frames. Yes, Marcel, I get it, and it's because lower time frames are very difficult to analyze. Often I have seen if a technical trader sticks to the 1-day chart and the weekly chart and the 4-hour chart, they don't really go lower than the 4-hour chart. They have not nailed down technical analysis. Okay, it's very easy to analyze a high time frame chart. Even Elliot wave theory makes more sense the higher the time frame. It really is another skill altogether. Okay, I think of an analogy that I can use is that I think of high time frame analysts as general practitioners, a doctor, a GP that you go to. And then when you want to see the specialist, okay, the people like Andy, myself, Koen, and there's very few people that I can think about that can really nail technical analysis on the smaller time frames. Okay, that's where things become a little bit more tricky, and it becomes exceptionally difficult as well. And some people also struggle to trade the smaller time frames because they don't know how to manage their risk. And so thanks for the comment. I really appreciate it. Okay, thanks. Thank you for that. Absolute pleasure. Koens, I follow in his short morning update, and Alex, Alex Crypto, I pop by. Okay, Alex Crypto. Who's Alex Crypto? Let's go check out who's. I wanna go check out some new people and see who you guys follow. Alex Crypto. Here we go. Who is Alex Crypto? Oh, I know him. Right, I have checked out some of his live streams. I think Koens have spoken about him as well. I think they actually did a collab together, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have anything against Alex Crypto. He's just not my cup of tea. Nothing against him. I think he's a great guy, maybe a great trader as well, potentially even a successful day trader. I have nothing against him. For me, he's difficult to watch. I have tried to watch one of his live streams, and I just lost interest very quickly. So it's just not my cup of tea. But I'm not denying that he's not a good trader. So he does seem to know what he's doing, and I know that Koens has a lot of respect for him as well. So Yes, I'll just leave it at that. Right. KG Trading. KG Trading? Why does that sound so familiar? KG Trading. KG Trading. Let's go check it out. KG Trading. Ooh, I don't think I have seen this person before. Okay. I am definitely going to give this guy a subscribe and go and check him out. Okay. It's not because I like him that I'm subscribing. I want to go and check out these people that you are recommending. Okay. Anyone else? KG Trading looks very interesting. I mean, if it's Elliot Wave related and the person actually knows what the hell they're talking about, you know, I most probably will go follow, give the person a follow. Right. As price moved upside today in news, the odds are higher to sell off, right? One could argue, yes, Gurisha, you know, if price is pumping into the news, there is a possibility that it could dump with the news. Definitely. If price dumps before the news, there's a possibility to pump into the news. But it's a possibility, okay? There's never guaranteed at the end of the day, right? Dewald, why do you want to short from 786? Because liquidity or Elliott wave theory? Both. It's both. There's liquidity. Okay, let me just refresh it. Almost there. There's liquidity, and it's also from an Elliott wave perspective. Okay, and from an Elliott wave perspective, it's just basically if you are forming momentum to the downside, okay, this needs to be your maximum target. This structure is a very three-wave structure, which does not look impulsive to the upside. It does look like a corrective structure to the upside. So ideally, for price to aggressively move down, to come and claim these lows, you want the rejection to happen at the 786. If you reject by the 88, you increase the probabilities of taking the high, and then most likely whatever moves away from the 0.88 has also an increased probability of being corrective, and you could continue back to the upside. So it is a very interesting level to watch from a liquidity perspective, from an Elliott wave perspective, and just purely from a Fibonacci perspective as well. Okay. Right. Let's carry on. KG Trading Crypto, I've gone through that. Crypto Face is highly entertaining and says outrageous things. Crypto Face, that sounds very familiar. I think I have seen Crypto Face. It sounds very familiar. Crypto Face. It's interesting to see what guys you are recommending. Crypto Face. Is it this guy? What is this?
There is no Chinese foot bad for crypto.
Oh, so he doesn't show his face.
I just passed my challenge.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, cool. So I will go and give this guy a subscribe. Let me go check him out. I haven't, it sounds very familiar. I will go check him out. His voice sounds familiar. I think I have checked him out before, but guys, I've also been through the mall with YouTube influencers, following everyone that I could find. How much time left? Live news. Do we have live news coming out? Let me go check the news calendar. Let's do high impact. Okay, today, Wednesday, 8 p.m. No, 8 p.m. is far gone. 8:30 is far gone. There's no news. There's no high impact news. Okay, the high impact news is tonight. Right, I don't see any news. Okay, right. What do you think about trading only trend lines like Tory? I've done it for a while. It is very successful, but you need to stick to it, and you need to have rules built around the strategy. And if you follow Tory for long, but she doesn't really trade crypto. I think she trades platinum, commodities, oil, gold, silver, those type of things. She has really strict rules. She has a safety line. She has the bigger trend. She has the smaller trends. She also doesn't she doesn't have a profit taking area. She waits for momentum to break, then she cashes out. So yes, I like Tory trades. She is on my subscription list. I don't really watch her anymore. But it was interesting to see how she started and to where she is today. Very, very highly successful trader, only using trend lines, nothing else. I think if I have to phone her and ask her about Elliott wave theory, she'll think that I'm speaking a different language. Okay, so you can have a successful trading strategy without knowing Elliott wave theory or being too technical about your trading setups. Okay, so now guys, this is the interesting level. Okay. This is now the interesting level. Are we going to tap the 786? Are we going to tap the 786 and get the rejection? So there's a potential shorting opportunity. Okay. There's a potential shorting opportunity. You don't want the 0.88 to be tapped. Okay. I will only know where to put my stop loss once the price gets the rejection. Okay, I'm unfortunately not taking this trade. I just realized that I've signed out of the exchanges and I'm not going to do the whole two-factor authentication thing to get back in. And let me just see if I do have an exchange open over here. I do have buy, but open. Okay, right. Let's see if this trade is going to play out. Okay. Want to see what CVD is doing. It's a bit aggressive. I would like to see a longer wick. Really like to see a longer wick. Let's just zoom into this price action. As long as price is trading above my level, I'm not interested. Okay, not at all. Because it can just continue pumping. There's no ways that I'm adding to my position or anything like that. I want to see a sign of weakness. It would be nice to come and claim these pivots. At least this one. It would be nice to come and claim this pivot. Right. Let's see if this plays out. What do you think about trading only trend lines like Tori? Okay, I've gone through that. Very similar to Kuhn's 786 now. Yes, similar. Dewald, any chance of a short analysis on bond? Okay, we can go and have. I still need to go and look at some altcoins, right? Dewald, check Fartcoin, please. You guys still looking at Fartcoin? Doge is also breaking out. Yes, everything's breaking out at the moment. Okay, that is typically where I would have entered, right? Sorry, I was going through the comments. As soon as you get acceptance back below, that is typically where I would have entered. Now, with my stop glued to the high. High chance. When I enter, that is where I am exposed to risk. This is where I'm exposed to risk. There's a high chance in getting stopped out. If price can now get a little bit of a reaction to the downside, I can now protect my position. But I can't protect it now because I'll get stopped out if I protect my position. This is where I take on risk. Okay. And usually when I see price trade below my area of interest, that is where I would enter. Okay, but I mean, I did say I would like this week at least to be claimed. Okay, let's just go quickly have a look at that liquidity pool. Did we grab all of the liquidity to the upside? There's still more liquidity all the way. Okay, price, remember legends, price has a chance to continue. It could be that bigger C wave that could even take us to $95,000. And if this is going to be a C wave that takes us to $95,000, you don't really want to see a major rejection. You want price to continue. I'm entertaining the short scenario over here because if price is going to fall to the downside, this is where it needs to reject. Okay. Right. So legends, I've explained this in so much variations. Okay. If price continues and I get stopped out and it's below my area of interest, I will re-enter. Okay. But now you have a further stop loss, which means you have to deploy less capital. This is now still showing a sign of strength. It did have a little bit of weakness to the downside, but I must say, there's so much green volume kicking in here at the moment. There we go, stopped out, right? There's so much green volume kicking in. It looks like it wants to find momentum to the upside. Still not tapped that pivot. Okay, no trade, guys. No trade at the moment. No trade. It's still showing strength here to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to measure this wave from a trend-based fib extension perspective. Taurus crypto is like you, Dewald. Taurus crypto. I'm going to write this down. Where's my notebook? I don't want to keep on changing the screen. I'm going to write this down. Taurus crypto. Taurus crypto. Let me go and check him out or her out. New highs of the day. Yes, I like using the trading stop loss on bluffing. When the price stops it trend, you almost always get stopped out with profit while staying in as long as the trend is running. Also great for during night. Okay, that's interesting, Marcel. Everything I see says it's going to pump. Yes, I mean, it does look bullish, right? We've got green volume kicking in. I don't see, and I think this is, this is now the concerning thing for me, is I don't see any weakness on CVD, right? We now need a new range to form. But I mean, also looking at this pivot, we already had bearish CVD that played out. So against this pivot, you could say that we have bearish CVD. Okay, we don't have it on yellow, we don't have it on white, but we had bearish CVD against this pivot and this pivot on blue. The target was the low, we took it. So CVD against this pivot is weaker. And right, so let's see. Yeah, it looks like price could potentially just continue here to the upside. Right, so legends, this is the shorting opportunity. I'm not going to stick around too much on this and hammer too much on this. I still want to go and look at some altcoins. I can just imagine that everything is pumping here to the upside. Obviously, Ethereum, when Ethereum does decide to pump, it does raise all the ships. Okay, this rising tide raises all the ships because this is the queen of altcoins. When the queen of altcoins wakes up, it's almost guaranteed that every single altcoin is going to pump. Even the worst fundamental altcoins will pump when ETH wakes up. Okay, and ETH is currently getting the pump, which tells me that if you are posting a comment saying that this coin is pumping, I'm saying there's a high chance that it's pumping because ETH is pumping. The queen of alts is pumping, and I wouldn't be surprised if dominance is dropping. Bitcoin goes up, dominance drops. Yes, look at this. Dominance is dropping. Money is flowing into the alt ecosystem. Okay, this is why altcoins are pumping, because dominance is dropping. Bitcoin goes up, dominance drops. Okay, then you see magic like this. You see the magic happening at the moment. Right. Okay, oh, we got the rejection. Got the rejection. Be curious to see if this trade's going to play out. Okay. I'm just going to leave it like that. I mean, it could go as far as that, but then you have to have TP areas. You have to have a TP1 and you have to have a TP2. Okay, if it does get the rejection to the downside. Just want to see. Yeah, there's a chance that it could reject. There's a chance that it could reject. I'm not seeing any bullish CVD forming at the moment. Okay. Right. It should dump it first, pumping. Right, let me go through comments. Hello, Mr. Dewald. ETH pumping and FOMC tonight. Yes, it makes you nervous, right? Yes, that sounds right, doesn't it? It does, right? It does. Is there a big dump incoming? Right, so legends, I mean, we got the rejection. I wasn't paying to the chart. I was here on ETH. Okay, there's the rejection at the 786. That's where your stop loss goes. And right, TP1, TP2. If price can move a little bit further to the downside, then I will protect my position to make sure that I'm in a free trade. Okay, the market is designed to take your capital. So you want to make sure that you protect your position because price could reverse. Price could reverse on you. Okay. I'd rather get stopped out at break even than trying to add to the position or right. Let's see. It would be nice to get the rejection at the 786 because then we have a chance of claiming the low. If we get a successful rejection here at the 786, there's a chance that we can come and claim the lows. Okay. So for the bulls, you want the 0.88 to be tapped for continued momentum to the upside. Any bullish scenario? Well, the bullish scenario was that we need to tap the 0.88. Any retracement, okay, hopefully here to support, could potentially be a nice load up zone for continuation to the upside. The longing opportunity was breaking the trend, like I've highlighted yesterday. Okay, breaking the trend. We actually broke out over there. Sorry, I'm just drawing it a little bit skew, but that's where we broke out. I did say yesterday during the live stream, I missed the long because we front run my level that I was looking at. I literally missed the trade by dollars, $50, I think. Missed the trade by $50. And then, I said, well, then wait for the break of the trend. Or you could have that little trend breakout and you could have caught the breakout over there. And we were also trading at the 0.88. And I said, you do increase the probabilities of taking the low, but from a risk management perspective, it's absolutely phenomenal. You're losing so little by entering by the 0.88. And then we got the momentum here to the upside. Right, so this was the longing opportunity. That was the longing opportunity. That was the longing opportunity. Now you sit on your hands. You do not FOMO into because this could reject. Okay, you don't FOMO into a trade. We did actually play a trade on the 10-second time frame. For those of you that's been here during the entire live stream, which is now 3.5 hours long, for those of you that's been inside of the entire live stream, 3.5 hours long, we took a trade on the 10-second time frame. Somewhere here, can't remember exactly where, and it played out to perfection when I took a small little break of 3 minutes. Resistance for ETH is at around 2.2. Yeah, you're basically referring to the golden pocket. Okay, that is a resistance zone. We can put it in there. So just purely looking at price action, I mean, this is a resistance. Okay, that is resistance. I'm not going to argue. You're quite right. It looks beautiful. Nice little resistance area over here. But you also have resistance at this area. The 50% FIP. Look, you can see, I mean, you can see it right over here. Support, support, resistance, resistance. You broke out, support, support, resistance. You know, the two resistance areas lines up with the two Fibonacci levels over here. Resistance, you broke down. So I wouldn't be surprised if ETH chops here and struggles to break out. Okay, that for me, $2,100 is the first resistance zone. 2,146. Okay, everything else is just popping and exploding here to the upside. What is Bitcoin doing? Struggling there at the moment. Okay, this could potentially be already a free trade. Monthly and weekly naked point of controls. Monthly and weekly naked point of control. I don't have any monthly or weekly point of controls in this area. There's nothing. The only weekly point of control that I have to the upside is at $86,000. So I'm not sure at JGD, I'm not sure where you get those levels from. Oh, for ETH. Sorry, for ETH. Yes. Okay. For ETH. Let me check if I actually do have that point of control. Oh, I see. Yes, I do have a weekly point of control. A little bit slightly up. It's basically smack bang in the middle of the two. Right? Weekly point of control. Definitely, definitely, definitely. I hear you. But I mean, it's in the box, right? It's in the box. This is where ETH could get a rejection. Struggles, comes back down. Hopefully it finds support above the highs. You do an RS flip and it continues. Okay, it would be nice to do an RS flip, because if ETH gets acceptance back inside of this range, it's most probably going down. Right. Cool. I hold USDT on OKX and my 12. What is this? What is this? Like seriously. I'm going to ban you, right? You will not be able to come onto this channel again. Put user in ban. Let's ban this person. Off you go, right? Off you go. This is not the place to scam the community. Right, for ETH, JGD, right, I get it, right? Brooks Link, you have been banned. Yes, that's trash, I agree. Could you please look at Doge? Okay, right, legends, let's do a couple of altcoin requests. Let's go, let's go. Altcoin requests, let's look at Doge. Doge, USDT, let's do it. Doge, USDT, let's do it. Oh, 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 is Doge breaking out? It's breaking out from a major trend. Well, it's attempting, wait. Let me rephrase. It's attempting to break out, okay? It's attempting to break out. So, could you please have a look at Crow? Right, guys, I will go through some altcoins in a moment. What I like about Doge, if the bullish scenario can stay intact, dare I even say, guys, there's some insane levels, okay? If Bitcoin is going to continue the bull market, right, even if it makes another low and it continues up, okay, Doge will still be safe if that happens, because it has a lot of breathing room. From this low that Doge created at around about 8 cents, okay, there's still a lot of breathing room before this structure will get invalidated. The most bullish structure that I see here on Dogecoin is a potential 1-2-1-2, exactly the same as Link. Link and Doge, they're like twins at the moment. Their structures look exactly the same. So I don't even have to look at Link. It looks exactly the same. Okay, 1-2-1-2, where you could now be starting or finishing up the second wave. It can still go down. It's fine. It still has a lot of breathing room. Second wave can still go down, or it could be in where you now want to see a third wave explosion here to the upside that takes the highs. 4-5 to complete your bigger three. Okay, because now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Doge has potential for much higher level, especially if this is a confirmed double 1-2 to the upside. So from a macro perspective, Doge looks really good, right? And this is why I'm tracking the momentum. I do have a spot bag. It would be nice to be able to get into a swing trade on Doge. But now this is the trend that I'm tracking. Okay, this little momentum, it looks like it's nibbling at the trend. I can tell everyone now, the only time that I will consider entering a trade on Doge is not yet. I want it to break out properly. It needs to break out. And I want price to consolidate outside of the trend for at least a week. Then I will open up a swing trade. I want to see the confirmation. I want to see the bullish signs. And more specifically, it would be nice to come and claim this high. I want Doge to break out, claim the high, okay, start changing market structure. I want Doge to change market structure. It needs to form a higher high. And then I'm going to be very interested in the lower high, or the higher low over here for potential entry and a swing trade back to the upside. Okay, but I mean, it looks good, right? So on the 50, I mean, you can go and scalp this if you want to sniper an entry. Well, look at this beautiful bull flaggy that it was forming over here. Beautiful bull flag, right? It broke out and now you missed it. Okay, so there's no FOMO, no fear on this channel, right? We trade with good risk management, and you have now missed the breakout with your stop below the low. You're taking profits by the highs. You leave some of the position open. This could be a swing trade that you've opened here. I don't know what your trading strategy is, but I mean, looks great, right? It looks like it wants to continue momentum to the upside. Currently nibbling at the trend. We do have a 15-minute candle close above. That's usually a bullish sign, so that looks good. But that's basically the technical analysis on Doge. Just want to see what Bitcoin's doing. Still consolidating. Okay, right. Could you look at Crow? Let's have a look at Crow. Crow USDT. Okay. Is it Chronos? I hope it's Chronos. Crow. JP, just let me know if this is the right one, because the ticker symbol says Crow USDT. Let me know if this is the right Crow that I'm looking at. Because if it is, 200 likes. Thank you, Dewald. Okay, cool. So it is this one. I just wish, okay, Crow had a more bullish structure. And I'm not saying that Crow cannot pump. All I'm saying is that you've claimed the low, which is not good, right? It reminds me, I didn't want Crow to claim this low. Okay, just looking at the chart over here, because this could have been a nice little 1-2-1-2, and now it's claimed the low and it's invalidated the structure, which looks more like an ABC. Okay, I mean, yes, it is at support. I have to, we have to acknowledge that it is at support. It's currently finding a little bit of a consolidation over here, but I cannot work out any targets or be extremely bullish on Crow at the moment because it claimed the low. I mean, I also don't like these wicks. This is not a day trading token at all. So from a simplicity perspective, when you hit support, you have proven support, resistance, support. When you hit support here on the daily time frame, which is macro time frames, okay, it's usually a good load up zone. So if you're bullish on the fundamentals, this is where you're supposed to be buying. Okay, no financial advice. I'm just here to entertain everyone. But then when I go here onto the 4-hour time frame and I try and make sense of a breakout, it's not an easy token to trade. I mean, look at all these wicks. It's so weaky, right? There was a breakout, got a fake out. Where do you put your trend? It's not an easy token to analyze or try and play a breakout from. So what you could potentially do is, at your own risk, okay, wait for this breakout. Go onto the line chart over here, okay, and then play that breakout. Right. So I would, if you have not accumulated inside of the consolidation area at support, exactly what I said on Doge. I want to see the breakout. Price needs to consolidate outside of the trend. That would be a good load up zone. As long as it has not broken out, it always has the potential to move lower. So it's not a clean chart to analyze. I've seen charts that are way better. Link is better, Doge is better, AR is better. There's just better charts to analyze. I wish I could have used this as a 1-2 and it's building up a third wave to the upside. That's almost guaranteed to take the highs. But you have taken the lows, which invalidates this as being a 1-2. So can you get the pump? Of course you can get the pump. It can do this again. It can do this price action again. Is it going to go parabolic? I think there are altcoins that have better bullish structures like Doge. Okay, cool. Hi, Dewald. May I know what you think about Sonic? Is a good timing to buy now? Right, Sonic. I'm not too familiar with Sonic. I've heard about it before. I'm not familiar with the fundamentals. Okay. I'm not going to analyze that. It's bad, right? From a technical, I'm not saying it's a bad project, and I'm not saying it can't pump. What I am saying is, from what I'm seeing over here, is I will not touch it with a stick. Can it pump? Yes, it always has the potential to pump. Are there better altcoins out there? Definitely. This is an absolute mess from a technical perspective. Remember, I'm a technical trader. I trade beautiful technicals, things that make sense. This does not. This looks bearish as hell. You are just falling. You are still making lower lows. You are still making lower highs. There's nothing bullish about this damn structure. There's nothing bullish about it. Could this be the low? It has a chance, but I'm telling you now, I would not touch this. Me personally, I would not touch this with a stick. I will not even put $1 in this coin. It's so bad from a technical perspective. Right, cool. Let's go and look at DOT. I know that a lot of people have been requesting DOT. Okay. Let's go and have a look at DOT. Yo, I need to just clean up this chart. Let's do this. Let's do this. What is Bitcoin doing? Sorry, guys, I'm jumping. Oh, it's still rejecting. That trade is playing out. The trade is playing. I'm not sure if anyone took that trade, right? I was busy looking at ETH and stuff. And yeah, well, that was the zone that we were looking for the rejection. And it's currently getting momentum to the downside. And this is where I would definitely make sure that if you did enter this trade, okay, your stop loss needs to be at least at the 786. Okay. And if you did enter at the 786, make sure that then your position should be protected. And remember TP1, TP2, okay, because it could bounce and then continue to the upside. Not sure if any of you took the trade. I took the trade. Concrete. Well done. Well done, right? You should actually now be in profits at the moment. Position should be protected so that if you do get stopped out, you don't lose capital. Okay. Please remember to pay yourself on the way down. Smash the like now, Dewald. Algorand structure. Okay, I will go and look at Algorand. It wasn't that Sonic, Dewald. I think you should check the S token, new Sonic. Okay, cool. Guys, I don't know, right? But the one that I looked at looks terrible. I just see the technicals and I'm like, no, I won't touch that with a stick. With a stick. I short ADA. Okay, I'm here in the trade also. Rudy, well done, well done. You guys took the trade, right? That was the level to get the rejection. Okay, definitely. I mean, with good risk management, every trade is a good trade. Okay, cool. Talma, I took the trade. Well done. You see, a lot of you actually jumped into the trade. I hope you guys are trading with the exchanges down in the description. That would make my heart even more happier. Right, where you qualify for the biggest bonuses and sign up trading fee, lowest trading fees and biggest sign up bonuses, and all you need is an email and a password. I would be curious, just to find out of curiosity, Which exchanges do you guys use to trade on? Do you use Weeks, the ones that I've got, Weeks, Bluffin, Femix, Mexi, Bybit, or is anyone using anything else that I don't have in the description? Just curious, is there an exchange that you are using where you're like, this is an amazing exchange? I don't know why Dewald is not talking about it. Let me know in the comments. Okay, let's go and have a look at DOT. Right. Mexi. Yes, I have Mexi. I love Mexi as well. Low fees, especially like, you know that 10-second trade that I highlighted that played out? That's typically a trade that I will take either on Weeks, but preferably on Mexi because of the low fees. Because the movements are so small, you have to really, slam the leverage in order to get the benefit. So what I like, guys, you can see I've got some old analysis here. So let me just clean up the chart. Okay, you have to take your trend from this pivot because you took the low. This actually looks way better. Let's do line. Okay, dot is nibbling at the trend. Dot is nibbling. Let me put my alarm there. Let's go back to bar chart because this is the chart that everyone is watching. Dot looks like it wants to break out. Okay. Now the legends. Now this is the question. What I want to see now. Okay, let's go to the daily time frame. This is going to be very important for DOT. Okay, so this structure, whatever happened to the upside between this pivot and this pivot is invalidated. But this pivot is still in play. Just wanted to see. And this pivot is still in play. So there's a bullish structure between these three pivots, but this pivot invalidated this bullish structure. So now I want to go to the larger time frame, or to the upper time frame. Yo, what's this? A WXY? 1, 2. WX. X retraced too deep. It has to be an A, B, C. Can this be a 1, 2, 1, 2? Guys, if this is a double 1, 2, let me not speculate. These pivots are so close, but I remember when DOT, okay, the second wave only gets invalidated when you take, okay, this was a valid second wave because that low did not take that low. It missed it by a hair. And I was expecting a larger third wave here to the upside, and then it didn't even claim the high. So this scenario could, from a most bullish case perspective, the scenario could still play out as such. Okay, the scenario could still play out in a double 1, 2. But it's cutting it close. It's really cutting it close. Okay, so this low did not take that low, which means that this could be a valid bullish structure. This low did not. Before I say that, let me just double check again. Did not take, yes. This low. Okay, let me clean up the chart. Yeah, I'm trying to, but DOT is holding on. This low did not take this low. Oh, okay, which means that DOT has to find support right now. Because if DOT goes down and it claims this low, it will invalidate the structure that I'm about to show you. Okay. There's a chance, just like Dogecoin, that it has a 1, 2, 1, 2, and it's going to go up for a bigger third wave in a 1, in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The structure is still intact. That low did not claim that low or that low. This could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that low did not claim that low. So which means this 2 is actually over there. So if DOT has any chance of creating an impulsive move here to the upside, the low has to be in. Has to. If it takes that low, it invalidates the structure. From a simplicity perspective, okay, you wait for the break of the trend. Okay, for me to attempt any swing trade here to the upside, like I said, okay, you want to see price break the trend, consolidate above, outside of the trend. You want price to consolidate outside of the trend. This is where I will potentially, build up a spot bag. If you don't have a spot bag, spot bags are usually the best buys because you don't get liquidated. You can always add when price falls to the downside, or open up a swing position. Okay, this is usually where I open up swing positions if I see this price action. But it would be great if DOT can claim these highs to start changing market structure, because it has a lower low and it does not have a higher high just as yet. So what I would like to see is DOT needs to break out and claim the highs. I will then be very interested in the retracement that needs to make a higher low, because now it's starting to change market structure. Higher high, higher low, and then it continues to the upside. So I'm only interested in DOT over there. I don't care if it pops out here. I'm interested in the retracement. Right. Cool. Legends, wow, almost 4 hours in a live stream, 10 more minutes to go. Then maybe I'm going to call it a day, because I can feel the exhaustion is setting in. 4-hour live stream is definitely a record for me. Okay, alts look so awful, caught so many people out, including me. Diamond hands, keep up heat, great TA. Daniel, yes, definitely. Okay, definitely. Some of my altcoins are deep underwater. It looks terrible. I see Andy speaks about it as well. You don't want to even look at your altcoin portfolio. I don't have any swing trades open on any altcoins. It's not a swing trade, but I am in an AR trade. Okay. And really caught it, because you all know I've been keeping an eye on AR like a hawk. So I got a really good entry on AR, and I don't want to call it a swing trade because it's quite an aggressive trade, right? But I had good risk management in place. And currently it's popping here to the upside. My position is already protected. So if AR turns against me, you know the deal. I'll get stopped out at break even. Right. Chart champions. Let me write that. Oh, it sounds familiar. Chart champions. Guys, I'm going to go and check out all these people that you are recommending, and hopefully we find a diamond champions. Okay, on YouTube, Dewald, check out chart champions. I've done that. Thank you so much. Concrete Highway. Thank you. Yes, I will go check them out. You are amazing. Thanks, Mr. 007. Thank you so much. I think you are amazing, right? I'm not going to look for trouble with a person with a name like that. Nicole, hello, Dewald. Can you look at Gala? Let's go and have a look at Gala. Gala USDT. Let's do it. Gala. I used to have a bag of Gala, and I just lost faith in the project. I sold it. I bought something else. Oh, man, I just had it. Now I lost it. It's in the gaming sector, if I'm not mistaken. I used to have a bag of Gala. I don't have Gala anymore. Okay. Nikolai, let's see. Let's see the good news here on Gala. Oh, yes. Sure, very similar to DOT. Very similar to DOT. Okay. if this structure can still be considered a bullish structure to give the next leg momentum to the upside to come and claim the highs, guys, this structure, I cannot explain enough how important this structure is. Because if you invalidate the structure, it has to build the structure again. And this is why I'm looking at altcoins that have a really bullish structure where the price is only there. Okay, that shows bullishness. This shows like shit. It's now or never type of thing. Okay, you need. Okay, let me do this in Elliott wave theory. In order to move up aggressively, you need a 1 and a 2. The third wave is the most aggressive wave, and that is the explosion to the upside. The third wave is also considered the wave that you struggle to get into because price just rips every single day when you wake up. Another 50%, another 20%. It just doesn't stop. It's very aggressive. Okay? And then you get the last retail wave where basically, okay, and the wave 1 people and the wave 3 people, this is where they take profits, and that's why that's referred to as the retail wave. Because that's where the dumb money enters, and everyone that entered over here basically takes profits on these people. That's basically how it works. Okay, so in order to get this, you need that. Okay, this is why I'm paying attention to these structures. In order to get that, you need a bullish structure in a 1-2. You need a 1-2. If you do not have a 1-2 and this low took the lows over here, okay, it has to build this structure again. It has to build the structure again before you get the explosion to the upside. So yes, you can still make money, okay, with that leg, like what happened here with Gala. You can still make money with this leg, but it's not going to be a face melting price action leg to the upside in a third wave. It's just going to be a 1. Okay, so I'm looking for altcoins that have great potential. So now, if I use a magnet and I snap the level onto that low, you can see that it was missed by a hair. So there's a chance. There's a chance. Okay. Right, and I would use this trend over here. Let me just switch off the magnet. Come on, let's do that. Right, there we go. It's not a beautiful trend. Anyways, not a beautiful trend, but it looks like it is breaking out. Let's just go quickly to the line. I just want to make sure that I have the trend properly. Okay, let's take it from this pivot. Okay, then you could argue it's already broken out. It's not a pretty trend. I think I might have to go onto the 4-hour to go get a proper trend there at the bottom. Okay, that looks more to be the trend over there, and it's breaking out at the moment. Like DOT, like Doge, I think everything looks like it's popping out at the moment. DOT, Doge. Ooh, being finicky over here, okay? So, if Gala has any chance of doing this, okay, it has to be the low. And it still has a chance because in Elliott wave theory, ideally your maximum target is the 786 FIP. Okay, this is usually your maximum target for a second wave, the 786. But it's not an invalidation. The invalidation for this little wave is taking the low. I have seen altcoins do this. It retraces 99% of wave 1. It looks like Gala at the moment. It looks like it wants to take the low. It turns around just before it takes the low and it goes up for a third wave. So this structure for Gala is still intact, but you have a very, 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 very clear invalidation. If Gala takes this low, there's still a chance that it can go and rebuild a structure that looks like this. So it can still be bullish. That's a nice little bullish structure, but it's not going to be face melting. So if it can hold this low, it has a chance to create face melting price action. Okay, now I want to go see here something on the 4 hour because this trend is just super confusing. Okay, I think from a simplicity perspective, I would just, I mean, it's either breaking out or you wait for the break of that trend. Okay, I mean, the larger time frame trend is not sexy at all. It's, I would rather just wait for the break of that. Okay. Cool. I guess I would say, are they actually breaking out or just coming out the trend because they are going sideways because well timed, right? Yes. With all the ones that's Doc Onic, you make a very good point. They're not breaking out. The alarms are just going off. They are just piercing the trends at the moment. I will only get interested in swing trades once Doge, for example, once Link, for example, all the ones that's here, okay, I want to see a breakout. I want to see market structure change. That's your high. That's a high. You want to see price break out and start changing market structure. Higher highs, higher lows. Higher highs, higher lows. Like it did here to the downside. Okay, this is what you want to see. When Gala, for example, and there are many other examples, when they made these highs, you can see low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, almost lower low, but lower low, lower highs, lower lows. The safest way to get into any asset, the safest way to get into an asset on the larger time frames is you wait for market structure change, because it could still chop down. It can still chop down until market structure starts changing. Once I see this, I see a higher high. Now that you have been trending downwards, and I see a higher high, that's where I pay attention, because I'm very interested in the retracement. You're starting to change market structure. And I mean, you can apply this to any time frame, but on the macro time frame, that's where it's most important. The 4-day bullish trend has just started. Once the bearishness is gone from the lower time frames, we will see pumps to the top. I hope so. Let's see. Happy Alien, right? There is a possibility that Bitcoin could go and claim $95,000. There is a possibility that it could claim $95,000 based on the WXY structure. And I mean, Koons have also spoke about that structure. $95,000, right? The WXY. I see Bitcoin is getting a nice little dumpy here to the downside. Let's see. It is building up bullish CVD. So guys, please, when you start hitting support, okay, there's a chance that it can continue always. But when I see bullish CVD strength building up, okay, on blue and yellow, you need to take profits when you start hitting support. Okay, please pay yourself. Make sure that your position is protected. This could potentially be a scalp that continues to the upside. But there is a chance that it breaks down. So that's what I'm saying. It should be at least a TP1 or take some money off the table. Pay yourself at least 10, 20%. Okay, because you never know. You have an uptrend. You got the rejection, but now there's strength with the retracement. So you could pounce on the trend and continue to the upside. So you don't want to be the person that waits for this and it bounces and you were in profits and you didn't take profits. That's what day trading is about at the end of the day. Okay, at least take some off the table. Make sure that your position is protected. If price goes against you, you at least get stopped out with a little bit of profit and not just you got stopped out. Okay. Right. Okay, legends, and remember, okay, let me just go through. I need to go check out this guy. I need to go and check him out, right? If you guys have not seen this person, right? If you have not checked out this guy's YouTube channel, you need to go and check him out. I'm not sure, right? You guys have mentioned everyone here, but you haven't mentioned this person. Like this person, he rocks, right? Flux, say Fed, please. Guys, I will go and look at maybe another couple of altcoins. We'll see. 4 hours live stream. Wow, I have broken my own record by far, by at least an hour and 15 minutes. Whew, thank you, Dewald. Flux, say Fed, please. Right, legends, I must say I am pretty exhausted at the moment. I think I need to maybe just call it a day right now. Okay, I love this, legends. Thank you, Simon. Welcome. Thank you, Dewald. I've been here for 4 hours. I am feeling pretty exhausted, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to stretch it for much longer. I know that you guys still want me to look at more altcoins, more tokens, but I am feeling, been around the chart since 2001, but learned some great stuff the last 2 days from you. Appreciate the detailed explanation. Absolute pleasure, man. Absolute pleasure. Okay, if you guys have not checked out this person, please go and subscribe and follow his channel. He's really good.
Absolute pleasure.
Right? Legends, down in the description if you want to come and support the channel. Okay, it costs you nothing extra. I've got weeks with bigger sign-up bonuses, lowest trading fees, bluffing. For those of you that do have larger accounts, they really cater for people with larger accounts. Okay, regardless, you get 10% cash back on money that you deposit in your features account. Bluffing, okay? You will automatically be upgraded to VIP 1 or VIP 2 depending on how much cash you deposit. Plus, the more you trade, the more money gets airdropped into your account. So I organize you guys the best deals for the smaller players, for the larger players. All you need is an email and a password. And a new exchange that I've added over here is Femix. And you get up to $2,000 airdrop position by signing up, also only with an email and a password. I know there's some people that don't like weeks. There's some people that love weeks and then they trade with Bluffin and vice versa. So here's another option. I now have 3 options where you only need an email and a password. Okay, right, legends. I do see people are also dropping off the stream. I am tired. I've been here for just over 4 hours. I've had a lot of fun. I think, let me know in the comments after the live stream if I need to do this again, because I think there's no ways that anyone is going to rewatch this entire live stream. It's just too long to go and rewatch, even at 2 times speed. It's still going to take you 2 hours. Anyways, legends, have yourselves an amazing day. Until the next one, cheers for now.